You ever catch yourself checking your phone just to see if someone liked your post? Not because you care about the post, but because that little heart or thumbs up somehow tells you that you're doing okay. It's wild how something as small as a digital nod can make us feel validated for 5 seconds and then empty right after. That's the trap, the validation trap. It's sneaky. It looks harmless. It feels good in the moment. And before you realize it, your sense of worth starts depending on reactions you can't control. Before we continue, a quick note. Many of you watch our videos, but haven't subscribed yet, so please subscribe to our channel Restwise and join our growing community. We'd also love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to see how connected we all are. If you enjoy relaxing with philosophy, psychology, and science while drifting into sleep, give this video a like and stay with us on the journey. Now, let's get back to the video. Think about it. From the time we were kids, we were trained to chase approval. Gold stars in school, compliments from parents, likes from friends, promotions at work. Every system around us quietly teaches us that our value comes from what others say about us, not what we believe about ourselves. So now, as adults, we keep looking for those gold stars, just in different forms. A text reply, a compliment, a view count. It's like our brains learned that external approval equals safety. But here's the problem. It never stops. You can get 100 compliments and still feel insecure the next day. You can get thousands of likes and still feel unseen, because validation doesn't fill you up. It only patches the hole for a moment. The second it fades, you're back to craving another fix. There's actually a psychological loop behind this. When someone approves of you, your brain releases dopamine, the same chemical that fires when you eat something sweet or win a game. It's pleasure mixed with relief. But it's temporary. The reward fades fast, leaving you chasing the next hit. Over time, this creates what psychologists call a variable reward system, the same loop that makes social media so addictive. You don't know when the next like is coming, so you keep checking, hoping for that small burst of worthiness. And here's the shocker. Even the people who look the most confident fall into it. The influencer who seems so self-assured might crumble inside when a post doesn't perform. The high achiever who seems unstoppable might secretly measure their success through praise. It's not always vanity. Sometimes it's fear. Fear of being invisible. Fear of being rejected. Fear of not being enough without someone else confirming it. The cruel part is that external validation works, but only for a moment. It's like drinking salt water when you're thirsty. It feels like relief, but it just makes you need more. Real self-acceptance, on the other hand, is slow. It doesn't give you the rush that a like or a compliment gives. It's quieter. It's not glamorous, but it's solid. When you accept yourself, you stop negotiating your worth with the world. You stop begging for permission to feel good about who you are. Think about how much of your energy gets drained by that constant need to be approved of. How often do you change what you say, how you dress, what you post, just to make sure people will like it? How often do you silence parts of yourself just to avoid being judged? That's the cost of the validation trap. You start editing your identity to fit someone else's comfort level. You lose the rawness that makes you you. Here's the twist. When you stop chasing validation, you actually become more magnetic. People are drawn to those who don't need to be liked to feel complete. There's something powerful about someone who moves through life with quiet confidence, who says what they mean without waiting to be clapped for it. But that kind of confidence doesn't come from trying harder to impress people. It comes from rewiring the reward system in your own mind. Start small. Catch yourself in the act of seeking approval. Notice when you're posting something. Are you doing it because you love it or because you want people to notice? When you make a decision, are you choosing what feels true to you or what will look good to others? Awareness is step one. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Then start giving yourself the validation you crave. Literally. If you do something you're proud of, pause and tell yourself that it matters, even if no one else sees it. Your brain learns through repetition, so the more you affirm yourself, the less it depends on outside approval to feel safe. There's a powerful shift that happens when you start trusting your own approval. You stop chasing people who don't value you. You stop bending to fit in rooms that shrink you. You stop over-explaining, overperforming, overcompensating. You move differently. Your energy changes, and people can feel it. Ironically, when you no longer need validation, you often get more of it. But now it's a bonus, not a necessity. Let me give you a moment of raw honesty. Everyone, and I mean everyone, craves approval at some level. It's part of being human. We're wired for connection, and connection often feels like validation. So it's not about never caring what anyone thinks. It's about noticing when that caring turns into dependency. Because the moment your worth depends on the approval of others, you hand them the keys to your peace. There's a study by Harvard psychologists that found people who base their self-esteem on external sources, appearance, success, praise, experience higher levels of anxiety and depression. Meanwhile, those who base it on internal values, like personal growth and integrity, report deeper satisfaction and resilience. Basically, if your sense of self lives outside you, it's always at risk of being taken away. But if it lives inside you, it's unshakable. So, here's a question worth sitting with. When was the last time you felt proud of yourself without needing anyone to see it? When was the last time you looked in the mirror and felt enough just for existing, not for achieving or impressing? That's the muscle of self-acceptance, and it only grows when you stop outsourcing your worth. The validation trap is everywhere. In our phones, our conversations, our goals. But the exit is simple, even if it's not easy. It starts with remembering that the only person whose approval truly defines your peace is you. When you anchor your worth inside yourself, no amount of silence from the outside world can shake it. That's not arrogance. That's freedom. The comparison trap. Ever scroll through your feed and suddenly feel like your whole life is behind schedule? You were fine 5 minutes ago, but now someone just bought a new house, someone else got engaged, another is on a dream vacation, and suddenly your coffee and messy desk feel like failure. That's the comparison trap. It's quiet. It doesn't announce itself. It just slips into your thoughts and whispers, "You're not doing enough." The crazy part is, you might not even realize it's happening. 1 second you're curious, the next you're spiraling, measuring your worth against someone else's highlight reel. And that's the first lie of the comparison trap. It convinces you that everyone else's success is proof of your inadequacy. You start thinking life is a competition you're losing, when really, you're not even playing the same game. Here's the truth we forget: comparison isn't always about jealousy. Most of the time, It's about identity. We compare because we're trying to figure out who we are, where we stand, if we matter. It's a way of asking, am I doing okay? But the moment you base that answer on someone else's timeline, you lose control over your own sense of worth. You start running a race that never ends, chasing milestones that don't even belong to you. And it's not your fault. We live in a world built on comparison. Grades, followers, salaries, views. Everything is ranked, tracked, displayed. We're wired to measure ourselves because society constantly hands us measuring sticks. But here's the shocker. Most of those measuring sticks are fake. People don't post their pain. They post their polish. They share their best 5% and hide the rest. Yet we scroll through those curated moments and treat them as reality, as proof that everyone else is thriving while we're just trying to keep up. What's wild is that even the people you compare yourself to are doing the exact same thing. That person who looks like they've got it all together is probably scrolling through someone else's profile, feeling the same pit in their stomach. It's a cycle of silent self-doubt, everyone pretending to be okay while secretly feeling not enough. There's a psychological term for this: social comparison theory. It was first introduced by psychologist Leon Festinger, who found that humans naturally evaluate themselves by comparing to others. But here's the twist: our brains don't compare fairly, they compare selectively. We pick people who have what we want most: the body, the career, the relationship, and use them as a mirror for our own lack. That's why comparison hurts so much. You're not looking at them. You're looking at the version of yourself you wish existed. The dangerous part is that constant comparison rewires your focus. Instead of paying attention to your growth, you obsess over your gaps. You stop asking, how far have I come? And start asking, why am I not there yet? It steals your gratitude and replaces it with quiet resentment. And the more you scroll, the deeper the loop goes. Dopamine spikes when you see exciting images, then drops when you realize it's not your life, leaving you craving more stimulation but feeling emptier each time. It's emotional junk food, sweet in the moment, but it leaves you starving. Here's something to really sit with. The people you compare yourself to aren't actually ahead of you. They're just on a different path entirely. You're growing through experiences they've never faced, building resilience they might not need. Your story has chapters that aren't meant to be public yet. Just because someone else's chapter looks glossy doesn't mean your draft is worthless. Every life moves at its own rhythm. Comparing is like judging a seed for not being a tree yet. So how do you escape it? You can't just tell yourself, stop comparing. The brain doesn't work like that. You have to redirect it. When you catch yourself comparing, pause and shift the question. Instead of asking, why don't I have what they have? Ask, what can I learn from what I'm feeling right now? Sometimes comparison reveals desire, something you actually want but haven't pursued. Other times, it's just a distraction from insecurity. Either way, awareness turns comparison from poison into data. You can also start grounding yourself in progress instead of perfection. Track your own wins, not the kind that get applause, but the quiet ones no one sees. The day you didn't give up, the time you handled something better than before, the effort you made when no one was watching. When you start measuring yourself against who you were yesterday, you take your power back. That's the only fair comparison, you versus your past self. And here's a reframe that might just change how you see everything. What if other people's success wasn't a threat, but evidence of what's possible? Imagine looking at someone who's ahead of you and thinking, if it's possible for them, it's possible for me too. That turns comparison into inspiration. It removes the envy and replaces it with hope. There's a reason so many people say, stay in your lane. It's not just motivational talk. It's neuroscience. When you focus on your lane, your process, your growth, your story, your brain's reward system activates in alignment with internal goals. That's where real satisfaction comes from. The moment you start chasing someone else's lane, your brain senses dissonance. You're pursuing something that doesn't actually match your internal values, and it starts to drain your motivation. That's why comparison doesn't just make you insecure, it makes you tired. Here's the deeper truth most people won't admit. You will never feel enough by looking sideways. You only feel enough by looking inward. The version of you that's constantly comparing is just a part of you that's scared. Scared of being left behind. Scared of being forgotten. Scared of not mattering. But that fear loses its power the moment you stop trying to prove and start trying to grow. So maybe the goal isn't to stop comparing completely. Maybe it's to notice it, name it, and then gently come back to your own story. Because the moment you start appreciating where you are, even if it's messy, even if it's slow, you start living instead of performing. You start building a life that's yours, not a highlight reel built from someone else's edit. And that's where peace begins. The business trap. Ever notice how when someone asks how you've been, the default answer is always something like, busy, just trying to keep up. And somehow, that answer earns a nod of respect, like being overwhelmed has become a badge of honor. It's almost like we equate exhaustion with importance, as if the more packed your schedule is, the more valuable you must be. That's the business trap. The quiet illusion that movement equals meaning, that constant doing somehow proves we're doing well. But here's the thing. Business feels productive, but most of the time, it's not. It's a distraction dressed up as purpose. You check 1,000 little things off your list, yet still go to bed feeling behind. Why? Because business doesn't necessarily create progress. It just fills the silence that comes from not knowing what really matters. Somewhere along the way, our culture turned stillness into shame. We started glorifying the grind, idolizing the hustle, and treating rest like weakness. We scroll through highlight reels of people juggling 10 projects, waking up at 4 in the morning, and labeling it discipline, when in reality, half of it is anxiety in disguise. We don't even realize we've traded peace for productivity theater. We fill every gap in our day, so we never have to sit still long enough to ask the hard question, what am I really doing all this for? There's a rush that comes with being busy. It's addictive. You feel needed, relevant, alive. Every new task hits you with a shot of dopamine, that same little chemical that fires when you get likes or messages. The brain mistakes activity for achievement. But underneath, there's often a deeper fear that if you slow down, you'll lose momentum, or worse, lose your worth. Because if you're not doing something, who are you? That's the hidden cost of the business trap. It convinces you that stillness equals laziness, and that rest has to be earned. But here's the shocker. The most successful, grounded people aren't the busiest. They're the most focused. They say no more than they say yes. They protect their attention like currency because they know time is finite, but focus is freedom. A Harvard Business Review study once found that people who work long hours without breaks experience a steep drop in creativity and decision-making accuracy after just a few days. Their output might look impressive on paper, but the quality, the real value, falls apart. So when you say you're too busy to rest, what you're really saying is you're too busy to perform at your best. We mistake urgency for importance all the time. The email feels urgent. The notification feels urgent. The meeting feels urgent. But if you zoom out, half of what consumes your day doesn't move your life forward at all. It just keeps you spinning. And the reason we cling to that spin is because slowing down forces confrontation with boredom, with emotions, with the realization that some of the things we're chasing don't even fulfill us. So we stay busy, because it's easier to drown in noise than to face the quiet truth. Here's a reality check: being busy doesn't make you valuable. Being intentional does. The most impactful people on earth aren't those doing the most. They're the ones doing what matters most. They understand that saying yes to everything is a silent way of saying no to themselves. So they prune their commitments. They leave space for reflection. They understand that real productivity isn't about filling every minute. It's about aligning those minutes with purpose. You ever meet someone who's calm but powerful? The kind of person who doesn't brag about how busy they are, yet everything they touch seems to have meaning. That's not luck. That's clarity. They've learned that presence is more impressive than motion. They don't need to prove their worth through constant activity, because they've already defined it internally. And maybe that's what the business trap steals most. The ability to be present. When your mind is always racing to the next task, you're never really in the moment you're in. You're there physically, but mentally you're already on to the next thing, the next email, the next errand. Life starts slipping by in fragments. You're always catching up, never arriving. So how do you break out of it? You start by redefining what productivity means to you, not what society tells you, not what your workplace measures. You ask yourself, what are the few things that actually make me feel fulfilled? What are the actions that create genuine impact rather than just motion? When you start measuring your days by meaning instead of metrics, everything changes. Try this instead of asking, what do I need to get done today? Ask, what would make today meaningful? That one question flips your focus from quantity to quality. Suddenly, you're not trying to cram more into your hours. You're trying to draw more out of them. And don't underestimate the courage it takes to rest. In a world addicted to doing, choosing stillness is rebellion. Choosing to disconnect, to pause, to reflect, that's not laziness. That's strategy. Because rest isn't the reward for productivity. It's the foundation of it. The brain consolidates memory, builds insight, and repairs focus in the moments of pause, not in the grind. If you've ever had your best idea in the shower, that's why. It's not magic, it's neuroscience. When your mind finally slows down, your subconscious starts working. You see patterns, connections, solutions that were drowned out by noise. Stillness is where clarity lives. So maybe the real flex isn't being busy anymore. Maybe it's being balanced. Maybe it's having the confidence to say, I'm doing less, but it's enough. Because when your worth no longer depends on how full your schedule is, you start showing up differently. You stop racing. You start living. The business trap promises importance, but delivers emptiness. It gives you motion without direction, applause without fulfillment. And the moment you realize that, the moment you give yourself permission to slow down without guilt, you take your power back. You remember that your value was never in how much you do. It's in how deeply you exist. The nice person trap. You ever notice how being nice can sometimes feel like a full-time job? You keep smiling when you're tired, agreeing when you disagree, saying yes when every part of you wants to say no. All because you don't want to upset anyone. It looks like kindness on the surface, but deep down, it's something else. That's the nice person trap. The one where you confuse being kind with being endlessly accommodating, where peace with others costs you peace with yourself. It starts innocently. You want to be liked. You don't want to hurt feelings. You want to keep the energy good. So you hold back. You overthink your words. You soften your truth. And for a while it works. People think you're easygoing, reliable, warm. But slowly, you start noticing the cracks. Resentment builds, energy drains, and you start feeling invisible in your own life. You've become everyone's go-to person, but you're not even on your own list. Here's what makes this trap so sneaky: it's rewarded. Society loves nice people. Teachers, bosses, even friends will praise you for being so understanding, so patient, so flexible. You get validation for self-sacrifice, but that validation is conditional. It only lasts as long as you keep putting everyone else first. The moment you set a boundary, the tone changes. Suddenly, you're selfish, difficult, changed. And that's when it hits you: they didn't love your kindness. They loved your compliance. That's the shock of the nice person trap. Realizing that some people's version of kindness is just code for "don't make me uncomfortable." You've been taught to equate being liked with being good, so you keep giving until you're empty, thinking that's what decency looks like. But kindness and people pleasing are not the same thing. Kindness comes from love. People pleasing comes from fear. Fear of rejection, fear of conflict, fear of being seen as less than perfect. There's actually science behind why this happens. Psychologists have found that chronic people pleasers often have an overactive empathy response. When someone else feels discomfort, their brain interprets it as danger. So they rush to fix it, not out of love, but out of anxiety. It's a survival instinct. If everyone's happy, you're safe. But that kind of safety costs too much. You end up managing everyone else's emotions while ignoring your own. And the worst part, the people you're trying to please rarely notice the weight you carry. They just see your helpfulness, not the exhaustion behind it. They don't know that every yes chips away at your energy. That every time you silence your truth, a little piece of authenticity fades. You start losing the sound of your own voice, one polite nod at a time. Think about how often you apologize for things that aren't even wrong. Saying sorry for taking up space, for needing rest, for saying no. Somewhere along the way, being nice became about shrinking yourself so others could feel comfortable. But here's the twist. Real kindness doesn't require you to disappear. Real kindness has boundaries. It's honest. It says, I care about you, but I also care about me. That's the difference most people never learn. Kindness respects both sides. People pleasing only respects one. And the reason that distinction matters is because when you people please long enough, resentment replaces compassion. You start feeling bitter toward the very people you're trying to help. That's not kindness. That's quiet burnout. Here's the truth that will probably sting a little. Being liked is not the same as being respected. You can be adored by everyone and still feel unseen. Because people who only like you for your niceness don't actually know you. They know the version of you that exists to make their life easier. But the moment you show them your boundaries, your truth, your limits, that's when you find out who actually values you for you. And let's be honest, setting boundaries feels terrifying at first. You'll feel guilty. You'll over-explain. You'll second-guess yourself 1,000 times. But boundaries are not walls. They're clarity. They tell people how to love you correctly. They teach the world what your time and energy are worth. And here's the beautiful paradox. The people who truly care about you will not be pushed away by your boundaries. They'll actually trust you more because honesty creates safety. So, how do you start breaking out of the nice person trap without turning cold? You begin with small acts of truth. Say no when you mean no, even if your voice shakes. Take longer to reply instead of rushing to fix everything. Let silence exist when someone's disappointed in you. You don't owe anyone constant comfort, especially at the expense of your own well-being. There's a saying that kindness without self-respect is just self-erasure. That's what this whole trap is built on. The belief that love must be earned through self-denial, but real love, the kind you deserve, doesn't ask you to betray yourself to keep it. It allows you to be kind and firm, giving and grounded, open and honest. Here's a story most people can relate to, even if they don't admit it. You've been the person everyone leans on, and you love that role. It makes you feel needed. But one day, you're the one who needs support, and suddenly everyone's too busy. That moment is painful, but it's also freeing, because it teaches you something vital. Your worth is not in how much you give. It's in who you are, even when you have nothing left to give. And maybe that's the real heart of this. Kindness is powerful when it's chosen, but toxic when it's owed. You don't have to prove your goodness by exhausting yourself. You can be kind without being compliant. You can care deeply without carrying everyone. The world doesn't need another nice person who's quietly falling apart. It needs kind people who are whole enough to say the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. So the next time you feel that urge to please, to fix, to smooth things over, pause and ask yourself, am I doing this out of love or out of fear? Because that question alone can set you free. True kindness starts with honesty, and sometimes the kindest thing you can do, for others and for yourself, is to stop performing and start being real. The comfort trap. You ever notice how easy it is to get comfortable? Not happy, just comfortable. The job that doesn't excite you but pays enough. The relationship that isn't bad but isn't growing. The daily routine that feels safe but slowly numbs you. That's the comfort trap. The silent illusion that being comfortable means you're okay, when in reality, it often means you've stopped moving. Comfort feels good because it's predictable. It gives your brain a break from uncertainty, from effort, from fear. But comfort's favorite trick is convincing you that staying still is safer than trying something new. And it whispers it so quietly you don't even notice the years slipping by. You start trading your potential for peace, your excitement for ease, and your curiosity for routine. The scary part, it feels logical. You tell yourself you're being practical, responsible. You don't want to risk losing what you already have. But what if staying too comfortable is actually the biggest risk of all, because comfort and happiness are not the same thing. One feels safe, the other feels alive. Most people don't hit rock bottom and realize they need change. They hit plateau. That slow, heavy feeling that something's off, even though nothing is technically wrong. You've got stability, maybe even success, but you can't shake that low-grade boredom humming in the background. That's not failure. That's stagnation. And it's just as dangerous, because it doesn't scream at you. It quietly drains you. There's a psychological mechanism behind this. The brain's main job is to keep you alive, not fulfilled, so it naturally avoids risk and discomfort, because it associates discomfort with danger. That's why growth feels so awkward. Your brain interprets it as a threat, even though it's the exact thing you need. But if you never push past that discomfort, your brain learns to equate safety with smallness. It gets addicted to predictability. And soon, you're surviving, not living. You see it everywhere. People chasing balance, but really chasing avoidance. Choosing routine over challenge, scrolling instead of creating, repeating instead of evolving. And the world reinforces it. Everything is designed to keep us comfortable: instant food, instant entertainment, instant validation. We've built a lifestyle that rewards ease, but quietly punishes depth. Here's the shocker. Comfort feels like happiness because it triggers short bursts of dopamine, the pleasure chemical. But it's not the same as fulfillment, which comes from meaning and challenge. Comfort is like eating candy. It hits fast and fades fast. Growth is like eating a real meal. It takes effort but nourishes you for longer. When you live on comfort, you start craving constant stimulation, but you never feel full. Think about the times you've grown the most in life. They probably weren't comfortable. Maybe it was a breakup that forced you to find yourself, a career risk that pushed you, or a season of uncertainty that taught you who you are. Growth always hides in discomfort. Pain is often the price of progress. But when you avoid discomfort completely, you end up avoiding transformation. The comfort trap convinces you that peace means the absence of struggle. But real peace comes from alignment, from knowing you're living the life you're meant to live, even when it's hard. Comfort is a false peace. It quiets your fears while suffocating your fire. Here's how it usually shows up. You tell yourself, "I'll make that change later. I'll travel when I have more money. I'll start that passion project when things settle down." You keep waiting for the perfect moment, but that moment never comes, because the perfect moment doesn't exist. It's just your comfort zone disguising fear as logic, and the longer you stay comfortable, the smaller your world gets. Opportunities shrink, energy fades, creativity dulls. You stop testing your limits, so you forget how strong you really are. It's like living in a room with the lights dimmed. You can still see, but everything looks faded. Breaking free from the comfort trap doesn't mean you have to live in chaos or chase pain. It means choosing challenge on purpose. It means saying, "I'm grateful for what I have, but I'm not done growing." It's taking small, uncomfortable actions every day. Starting the conversation you've been avoiding. Trying something new even if you're bad at it. Taking one step toward the thing that scares you. Because every time you step into discomfort, you expand your capacity for life. There's a fascinating concept in psychology called the Goldilocks zone. It means we thrive best when things are not too easy and not too hard. Just challenging enough to keep us engaged. Too little challenge, and you get bored, too much, and you get overwhelmed. The sweet spot is where growth lives, but you'll never find that zone if you cling to comfort. And let's be real, comfort feels nice because it gives you control. You know what to expect. But here's the paradox: the moments that truly change your life are the ones you can't fully control. Falling in love, taking a risk, failing forward. They all come with uncertainty. But that uncertainty is what gives life its color. So maybe the real question isn't, am I happy? Maybe it's, am I growing? Because happiness without growth eventually turns into numbness. You can build a life that looks perfect from the outside and still feel like something's missing on the inside. And that missing piece is usually challenge, curiosity, and courage. There's a quiet kind of bravery in choosing discomfort on purpose. In saying no to what's easy so you can say yes to what's meaningful. In letting go of fine to chase fulfilling. It doesn't mean you never rest. It means your rest is earned. Not because you're busy, but because you're alive, engaged, expanding. So take a look at your life right now and ask, am I comfortable or am I content? Because those two words sound similar, but they couldn't be more different. Comfort keeps you safe. Contentment keeps you growing. One keeps you where you are. The other takes you where you're meant to be. The comfort trap feels like a warm blanket, but stay wrapped in it too long and it becomes a cage. Growth will always feel uncomfortable before it feels right. But that's how you know you're alive. When something inside you whispers, "This is scary," and you do it anyway. The social media trap. You ever scroll through your feed and feel like everyone's living some version of life that's just better? Better trips, better relationships, better skin, better mornings. You know it's curated, you know it's edited, but it still hits. You still compare. You still check your own posts and wonder if they measure up. That's the social media trap. The illusion that what you see online is connection, when most of it is just performance. We all fell for it. The dopamine loop is too good. You post something, people react, and for a moment, it feels like belonging. You feel seen, validated, maybe even admired. But the moment fades. The likes stop rolling in. The comments slow down. And that silence hits harder than it should. You start wondering if you said something wrong, if you're losing relevance, if people care less today than they did yesterday. That's not connection. That's conditioning. The scary part is how natural it feels now. We equate attention with intimacy. We mistake followers for friends, engagement for closeness, and validation for worth. The truth is, most of what happens online is not about connection. It's about presentation. You're not talking to people, you're managing an audience. And over time, that rewires how you see yourself. You stop asking, "Who am I?" and start asking, "How do I look from the outside?" Here's the shocker. Your brain doesn't know the difference between digital approval and real approval. When you get a like, a view, a comment, your brain releases dopamine, the same chemical that fires when someone smiles at you in real life. But the difference is, digital dopamine fades faster. Real connection creates oxytocin, the hormone tied to trust and bonding. That's why a 5-minute conversation with a friend can make you feel more alive than 1,000 likes ever could. And yet, we keep chasing the digital version because it's easier. It's controllable. You can edit, delete, retake. Real connection is messy, unpredictable, emotional. Online, you get to curate your identity. Choose what people see and what they don't. But the more filtered your life becomes, the harder it is to feel authentic in the real world. You start performing even offline, still trying to look like your highlight reel. You've probably felt it, that quiet pressure to maintain your image. You can't post too much or too little. You can't be too happy or too vulnerable. You can't just exist. You have to brand yourself. It's exhausting. You end up building a version of yourself that's polished, presentable, but emotionally hollow. And over time, you start believing that's who you are. Here's what's wild: the more we connect, the lonelier people feel. Studies have shown that heavy social media use correlates with increased feelings of isolation. It's not because people are bad. It's because we're wired for eye contact, tone of voice, touch, presence. Those are the signals that make connection real. You can't feel those through a screen. You can't replace shared silence with shared emojis. And yet, we keep refreshing, hoping the next scroll will fill that ache. It never does. It's like drinking soda when you're dehydrated. Sweet for a second, but it doesn't quench you. Real connection has weight. It has awkward pauses and laughter and miscommunication and forgiveness. It's human. The online version is smooth and constant, but empty. The social media trap feeds off insecurity. The less connected you feel in real life, the more you cling to the digital world. It gives you just enough validation to keep you hooked, but not enough fulfillment to make you stop. And when you compare your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel, your reality starts to feel broken. You begin to measure your worth in numbers, followers, likes, shares, instead of presence, impact, and authenticity. You start thinking, if more people saw me, maybe I'd feel enough. But here's the truth. Visibility and connection are not the same thing. You can be seen by thousands and still feel invisible. You can have influence and still have no intimacy. You can have reach and still have no roots. And it's not that social media is evil. It's a tool. It can inspire, connect, amplify. But it's also designed to keep you scrolling, comparing, and performing. Algorithms don't care about your peace. They care about your attention. Every second you spend online is a transaction. The currency is your focus. So how do you escape the trap without abandoning the digital world completely? You start by reclaiming intention. Ask yourself, why am I opening this app right now? If it's out of boredom, anxiety, or insecurity, you're not connecting, you're escaping. But if it's to share, to learn, to genuinely connect, that's different. The difference is awareness. Try something radical. Go a day without posting. Go a week without checking who viewed your story. Then notice what happens. That restless itch to be seen, that subtle urge to prove. That's the withdrawal from digital validation. Sit with it. Let it pass. Because the moment you stop performing, you start reconnecting. Not just with others, but with yourself. Start building your connections offline again. Call someone instead of commenting. Have dinner without your phone. Let people see you in real time. Your tone, your pauses, your humanness. Those moments of realness will give you more emotional nutrition than any viral post ever could. Here's the truth most people avoid. The version of you that exists online will never feel loved, because it's not the full you. It's the highlight, the projection, the mask. The only version of you that can feel truly connected is the one that's imperfect, unfiltered, and real. So maybe the next time you scroll through that endless feed, remind yourself, perception isn't presence. Attention isn't affection. And connection isn't something you perform. It's something you live. When the likes fade, when the followers move on, when the feed resets tomorrow, what will still matter are the people you can sit with in silence and feel understood. The ones who see you when there's nothing to post about. That's real connection. That's real life. And that's what the trap keeps you too distracted to notice. The perfection trap. You ever wonder why you feel like no matter how much you do, it's never enough? You hit one goal, and instead of celebrating, your brain immediately moves the finish line. You fix every flaw, chase every detail, and still find something wrong. That's the perfection trap. The belief that if you can just get everything right, then you'll finally earn love, respect, peace, or success. But here's the painful truth: perfection is not the path to love or success. It's the barrier. It starts early. Somewhere along the way, you learned that mistakes equal disappointment. Maybe it was a parent who only praised achievement, or a teacher who made you feel like failure meant you weren't trying hard enough. Maybe it was just the quiet pressure of being the responsible one, the one who doesn't mess up. Whatever planted that seed, it grew into this invisible rule you live by. I have to be perfect to be enough. At first it works. Perfectionism makes you reliable. People trust you. You're the one who always delivers, the one who never lets anything slip. You get the grades, the promotions, the praise. But deep down, you know it's not satisfaction you're chasing. It's safety. You're trying to control the chaos by controlling yourself. If you do everything flawlessly, maybe no one will criticize you. Maybe no one will leave. Maybe you'll finally feel secure. But perfection is a moving target. The more you chase it, the farther it gets. You become trapped in this endless loop of almost there. You tell yourself you'll rest when the project is done, when the house is clean, when your body looks a certain way, when you've achieved that next milestone. But the finish line keeps shifting, and your peace keeps waiting. Here's the shocker. Perfectionism doesn't come from high standards. It comes from fear. Fear of judgment. Fear of rejection. Fear that if you're not flawless, you're not worthy. And fear never leads to fulfillment. It just builds anxiety dressed as discipline. Psychologists have found that perfectionism actually reduces performance over time. It triggers chronic stress, decision fatigue, and procrastination, because when the standard is perfect, you're constantly afraid to start. Your brain gets stuck in overanalysis, replaying every possible outcome, trying to avoid mistakes instead of creating progress. That's why perfectionists often feel like they're working harder than everyone else, but still getting less joy from it. And it's not just about work. Perfection creeps into relationships too. You hide your flaws, apologize too much, overperform emotionally, all to prove you're worth loving. You start to think that being loved means being impressive, when in reality, people connect to vulnerability, not perfection. The moments that bond us the most are the imperfect ones. The late-night honesty, the shared mistakes, the laughter at things that go wrong. Perfection doesn't make people love you more. It just makes you less relatable. Here's a question worth asking. When did you start believing you had to earn your worth? Because that's what perfectionism is. An endless audition for approval that never quite gets you the part. The truth is, no one ever feels safe chasing flawless. You just get better at hiding your cracks. There's actually a term psychologists use called the arrival fallacy. It's that illusion that once you achieve a certain goal, you'll finally feel happy and whole. But once you arrive, your brain adapts, raises the bar, and you're right back on the treadmill. It's the reason so many high achievers feel empty even after success. Because perfection isn't a destination, it's an addiction. You can spend your whole life polishing yourself, trying to be uncriticizable, but all that really does is disconnect you from the messy, beautiful humanity that makes life worth living. Real success isn't flawless. It's resilient. It's being able to fail, learn, and keep going. It's being able to show up imperfectly, but consistently. That's where growth happens. Not in perfection, but in progress. Think about it. Every person you admire, every innovator, every artist, every leader, none of them got where they are by being perfect. They got there by taking risks, making mistakes, and learning faster than they failed. Perfection didn't make them great. Courage did. So why do we cling to perfection so tightly? Because imperfection feels vulnerable. It means being seen as you are, without the armor of performance. But that's exactly where real connection and creativity are born. The moment you stop trying to look perfect, you start becoming real, and real always wins in the long run. Here's the twist. When you let go of perfection, you actually perform better, because your energy isn't wasted on fear. You're focused on growth, not on optics. You start experimenting, taking bolder steps, speaking your truth without filtering every word. That's when your potential finally unlocks. When you stop trying to prove yourself and start expressing yourself. Perfection promises safety, but delivers anxiety. It tells you that once you fix every flaw, you'll feel peace. But peace doesn't come from flawless control. It comes from acceptance. The moment you start saying, "I am enough even when I'm not perfect," everything softens. The pressure lifts. You start to breathe again. And maybe that's the quiet revolution we all need. To stop performing for approval and start practicing self-acceptance. Because no amount of flawlessness will make you lovable. You already are. No amount of proving will make you worthy. You already are. You don't need to perfect yourself into peace. You just need to let yourself be human enough to feel it. So the next time you hear that voice in your head saying, "It's not good enough yet. Try this. Finish it anyway. Post it anyway. Say it anyway." Show up messy, scared, unsure. Because the truth is, nobody remembers perfect. They remember honest. They remember real. The perfection trap tells you that if you're flawless, you'll finally be loved. But what if the thing that makes you lovable isn't your perfection at all? It's your humanity. The flaws, the cracks, the courage to show them. That's where your real power lies. The agreement trap. You ever walk away from a conversation and feel that quiet, sinking feeling? The one where you said yes but meant no. You nodded, smiled, agreed just to keep the peace, but deep down something twisted in your gut because you knew you didn't mean it. That's the agreement trap, the habit of avoiding conflict by always saying what people want to hear instead of what you actually believe. It seems harmless. Agreeing feels polite. It keeps things smooth, easy, safe. You tell yourself it's not worth the argument, not worth the awkward tension. But here's the thing. Every time you agree when you don't mean it, you're not keeping the peace. You're keeping a lie alive. It starts small. You say, "Yeah, totally," to an opinion you don't share. You laugh along when something doesn't sit right. You agree to plans you don't want, but over time, those small acts of compliance pile up until you realize you've built a version of yourself that doesn't even sound like you. You've become fluent in harmony, but silent in honesty. And the reason it's so easy to fall into this trap is because humans are wired to avoid rejection. Our brains literally interpret social conflict as a kind of threat. It triggers the same stress response as physical pain. So when you sense tension, your instincts push you to smooth it over fast. Agreeing feels like relief. You've dodged discomfort. But the problem is, every time you do it, you teach your nervous system that your truth is unsafe. The irony, the more you avoid conflict, the more conflict builds. It just goes underground. You start resenting the people you always agree with. You feel unseen, unheard, misunderstood. But how can anyone really understand you when you never give them a chance to meet the real you? Here's the shocker. Conflict itself isn't the enemy. It's the lack of authenticity that causes the damage. Disagreement doesn't destroy relationships. Dishonesty does. The healthiest relationships aren't the ones without conflict. They're the ones where conflict doesn't threaten the connection. Where you can disagree without disappearing. We've been conditioned to see disagreement as disrespect, especially in cultures or families where speaking up was punished. Maybe you grew up learning that silence equals safety, that challenging someone means being rude. So you learn to shrink, to smile through discomfort, to adapt your truth to whoever you're with. But living like that is emotional suffocation. You lose your shape trying to fit into everyone else's. And it's not just personal. It happens in workplaces too. People nod along in meetings, afraid to question ideas, afraid to look difficult. But innovation dies in agreement. Progress dies in silence. Some of the greatest breakthroughs in history started with someone saying, "I don't think that's right." Agreement might keep things calm, but disagreement, honest, respectful disagreement, is what actually moves things forward. Psychologists call this the false harmony effect. It's when groups appear united on the surface, but are actually full of unspoken frustrations underneath. It feels efficient in the moment, but it breeds burnout and resentment over time. Because pretending everything's fine doesn't make it fine. It just delays the explosion. And here's the emotional cost. When you constantly agree to avoid conflict, you end up living a life that doesn't feel like yours. You start censoring your opinions so much that you forget what they even were. You become a mirror for other people's comfort instead of a reflection of your own truth. There's a quiet tragedy in that, because what makes you interesting, what makes you magnetic, isn't your ability to agree. It's your perspective, your thoughts, your authenticity. When you always say what others want to hear, you rob the world of your actual voice. But let's be real. Being honest isn't easy. Speaking up feels risky because it invites friction. You can't control how people will react. Some will misunderstand you. Some might pull away. But honesty filters your circle in the best way. The ones who truly value you won't need you to agree with them to accept you. They'll respect your truth even when it challenges theirs. So how do you break the habit? Start small. You don't have to jump straight into confrontation. You can start with gentle honesty. When someone asks for your opinion, give it, even if it's different. When you don't want to do something, try saying, "I really appreciate the invite, but I'll pass this time." No long explanation, no apology. Just truth delivered with kindness. And when you disagree, don't frame it as conflict. Frame it as curiosity. Say things like, "I see it differently." Or, "That's interesting, but here's how I see it." Conflict doesn't have to be combative. It can be connective. If your goal is understanding, not winning, you might be surprised what happens. When you start expressing your real thoughts, people might actually lean in, because authenticity is magnetic. It builds trust. It gives others permission to be real too. You'll start attracting people who want truth, not comfort, who value honesty over agreement. And even when your truth makes others uncomfortable, remember, discomfort isn't danger. It's growth. Growth for you, growth for them. Every meaningful relationship, every real conversation, every strong boundary has gone through that exact tension. There's a deep kind of peace that only honesty can bring. The peace that comes from no longer betraying yourself just to belong. The peace of being consistent. The same person in every room, with every person. That kind of peace is worth more than anyone's approval. The agreement trap feels safe, but it's not. It's the slow erosion of authenticity disguised as harmony. And the moment you stop needing to be liked for what you say, you finally start being respected for who you are. So the next time you're tempted to nod along just to keep things easy, pause and ask yourself, is my silence protecting peace or pretending it? Because the truth is, real peace doesn't come from everyone agreeing. It comes from everyone being real. The success trap. You ever catch yourself chasing something that doesn't even feel like yours? You're grinding, hustling, checking every box that's supposed to lead to success. The job title, the salary, the house, the reputation. But deep down there's this quiet question whispering, wait, who am I doing this for? That's the success trap. The invisible game where you spend your life trying to win by rules you never chose. It starts so early we barely notice it. From the moment we're kids, we're taught what success should look like. Good grades, good school, good job, stable income. Then as adults, the script just updates. Promotions, properties, perfect relationships, polished lifestyles. The story sounds inspiring until you realize it's not yours. You didn't write it. You just inherited it. And what's wild is how fast it sneaks up on you. One day, you're just trying to do well. Then suddenly, you're measuring your worth by how well you're keeping up. You see people your age launching companies, buying homes, traveling, getting engaged. And something inside you tightens. Not because you even want what they have, but because it feels like you're falling behind in some invisible race. That's the hook of the success trap. It convinces you that achievement equals happiness, and that happiness has a specific look. But here's the shocker. Success is one of the most socially contagious illusions ever created. Psychologists call it social comparison theory. Your brain doesn't measure success in absolute terms, it measures it relatively. So it's not about how much you've achieved. It's about how much you think others have achieved compared to you. That's why you can hit a milestone that once felt impossible, and within a week, it already feels small. Someone out there is doing better. So your brain resets the bar. And the cruel part, you can spend years climbing a ladder only to realize it's leaning against the wrong wall. You get to the top, look around, and think, this isn't what I wanted. But by then, you've invested so much time and energy that turning back feels impossible. So you keep climbing, hoping that fulfillment is just one more rung away. The truth is, success isn't a finish line. It's a feeling. And when you define it by other people's standards, you disconnect from the one voice that actually knows what will make you feel alive. Your own. Maybe for you, Success isn't about money or status. Maybe it's about freedom, creativity, peace, connection, growth. Maybe it's about building something meaningful, not just impressive. But we rarely stop long enough to ask ourselves that. Because the world rewards visible achievement, not invisible fulfillment. Think about how we talk about people. She's doing so well. He's really successful. What we usually mean is, they look successful. They're achieving by society's standards. But we don't actually know if they're happy. We don't know if they wake up energized or empty. We just assume that the external must reflect the internal. It almost never does. That's the emotional trap. You start performing success instead of living it. You curate your life to look like progress. You chase credentials, aesthetics, approval. But each time you get what you thought you wanted, the satisfaction fades faster. Because deep down, it's not your definition of success that's being fulfilled. It's someone else's. And here's where it gets dangerous. When you're constantly chasing validation through achievement, you lose the ability to rest without guilt. You can't slow down because rest feels like failure. You can't enjoy what you have because your brain's already calculating what's next. It's a treadmill that never stops, and even when you're running full speed, you feel behind. You see it everywhere. People with everything feeling miserable. It's not that success is bad. It's that borrowed success feels hollow. You can achieve every goal on the list and still feel disconnected from your life. Because meaning isn't found in how much you accomplish. It's found in alignment. Alignment between what you do and who you are. Here's something that's rarely said: success that costs your peace is failure. Success that disconnects you from yourself, your values, or your joy, that's not winning. That's just well-decorated exhaustion. And yet, the reason it's so hard to step off the treadmill is because society praises the chase. You're told to keep pushing, never settle, stay hungry. But hunger without direction just eats away at your joy. What if success isn't about chasing more, but choosing what matters? The truth is, the people who look the most successful aren't necessarily the ones who feel the most fulfilled. The ones who are truly successful, the quietly grounded, deeply present ones. They're usually not trying to impress anyone. They've redefined success in their own language. For some, it's time freedom. For others, it's creative expression. For some, it's being a great parent, or simply living without constant anxiety. They've learned that success doesn't have to be loud to be real. And that's the shift. From achievement to alignment. From impressing others to fulfilling yourself. Because the second you stop chasing someone else's version of success, you start creating your own version of happiness. Ask yourself, what does success feel like to me, not look like to others? If there were no audience, no metrics, no one watching, what kind of life would actually feel meaningful? That question alone can break the spell. And yeah, it might mean making uncomfortable choices. It might mean saying no to opportunities that look impressive but feel wrong. It might mean disappointing people who built their idea of you around your achievements. But the moment you start living from your own definition, you stop performing and start living. The success trap convinces you that your worth is measured in outcomes, in trophies, titles, and applause. But real success isn't about being ahead of anyone. It's about being at peace with yourself. It's not about how far you've gone by society's map. It's about how true you've been to your own. So maybe it's time to stop chasing someone else's finish line. Success isn't something you prove. It's something you define. And the most powerful thing you can ever do is build a life that feels good on the inside, even if it looks ordinary from the outside, because in the end, the world will keep changing its definition of success. But your soul, your truth, will always know when you've finally made it home. The popularity trap. You ever notice how exhausting it is trying to make everyone like you? You shape, shift in every room, tone yourself down here, exaggerate there, always reading the room, trying to say the right thing, wear the right mask, keep the right tone. All for that tiny hit of approval that never really lasts. That's the popularity trap, the illusion that being liked is the same as being valued, when really it's often the opposite. The popularity trap doesn't start with vanity, it starts with fear. The fear of being rejected, the fear of being misunderstood. You tell yourself, if I can just get everyone to like me, I'll be safe. So you trade your edges for acceptance. You avoid disagreement, you overextend, you apologize too much. You become agreeable instead of authentic, and the scary thing is, it works, at first. People like you. They really do. But deep down, you know they don't actually know you. It's like living behind glass. You're visible, but not real. You keep up the image, but it's lonely behind that smile. Because the truth is, popularity is built on perception, not connection. People don't have to understand you to like you. They just have to find you non-threatening. Respect, on the other hand, is different. Respect doesn't come from pleasing people. It comes from standing for something, even when it's unpopular. And that's where most people get caught. You can't be liked by everyone and respected by everyone at the same time. To be respected, you have to have boundaries. You have to take positions. You have to risk disapproval. But the popularity trap whispers, don't rock the boat. Just stay agreeable. Keep everyone happy. And before you know it, you're living your life like a public relations campaign. Here's the shocker. When you chase being liked, you actually invite the opposite. People start sensing that your niceness isn't confidence, it's caution. And cautious energy doesn't earn respect, it earns permission to be overlooked. You become the nice person people forget to ask for opinions from, the friend they vent to but don't consult, the coworker who gets thanked but not promoted. Because when you never show your spine, people assume you don't have one. You can see this pattern everywhere. The person who always says yes. The one who avoids confrontation. The one who keeps things pleasant, even when they're seething inside. They get approval, sure, but they also get taken for granted. They mistake peacekeeping for power, but there's no power in pretending. Psychologically, this comes from what's called rejection sensitivity. It's a deep, often unconscious belief that disapproval equals danger. Your brain interprets rejection as a threat to survival because, back in ancient times, being ostracized from the tribe meant death. So we learned to seek belonging at all costs. But in today's world, the cost isn't survival. It's self-respect. And the wild part is, you can have thousands of people like you online and still feel completely unseen. That's the emptiness behind popularity. It looks full on the outside, but feels hollow inside, because popularity is surface-level approval. It's not built on who you are, it's built on what you project. Respect, though. Respect comes from truth, from authenticity, from consistency. People may not always like you, but they'll trust you. And that's what actually builds influence. The leaders, creators, and people we admire most aren't the ones who tried to be liked. They're the ones who dared to be honest, even when it cost them approval. Think about it. Every person who made an impact, from activists to innovators to artists, faced criticism. They were misunderstood, mocked, doubted. But they earned something far more valuable than popularity. They earned respect. Because respect is born from courage. There's this dangerous myth that likability is the key to success. But the truth is, likability fades the moment you stop serving someone's comfort. Respect, on the other hand, deepens the moment you stand by your integrity. The people who truly matter, the ones with depth, with purpose, they don't want you to be agreeable. They want you to be real. Here's the hardest part. When you start choosing respect over approval, some people will leave. The ones who liked your compliance won't know what to do with your confidence. They'll call you different, or cold, or changed. But you haven't changed. You've just stopped editing yourself to fit their expectations. And the ones who stay, they're the ones who were drawn to your substance, not your performance. There's a line that hits deep. If you live for their approval, you'll die from their rejection. Every time you make a choice just to be liked, you're handing over a piece of your power. And the more you do it, the more invisible you become. Not because people don't see you, but because you're not actually there. You know what's crazy? When you finally stop chasing likability, people actually start respecting you more. Because authenticity commands attention. You stop blending in. You stop shrinking. You start radiating clarity. People might not always agree with you, but they'll know where you stand. And that makes you unforgettable. And this doesn't mean becoming harsh or indifferent. It means being kind without being compliant. It means saying no when you need to and not feeling guilty about it. It means realizing that sometimes disappointing others is the only way to stay true to yourself. The popularity trap feeds your ego but starves your soul. It gives you applause but takes your voice. Respect, though, that nourishes both. It doesn't require everyone to like you. It just requires you to like yourself when you look in the mirror. So maybe the goal isn't to be liked by everyone. Maybe it's to be respected by the right ones, the ones who see your honesty as strength, the ones who value your boundaries, not just your agreeableness, the ones who don't need you to be perfect, just real. Because being liked is easy. You just have to be quiet. Being respected takes courage. You have to speak. You have to stand. You have to risk not being understood. But that's the kind of risk that leads to peace. Because when you stop needing everyone's approval, you finally start earning your own. And that's when the trap breaks. You stop performing for applause and start living for truth. And that truth, even if it's not universally liked, will always outlast popularity. The emotional dump trap. You ever meet someone who says they're just being real, but it feels more like they're unloading on you. Every conversation turns into a therapy session you never signed up for. Or maybe, if you're honest, you've been that person before. You open up fast, share everything, thinking it's vulnerability. But later, you feel exposed, maybe even a little empty. That's the emotional dump trap. The habit of mistaking oversharing for authenticity, when in reality, it often comes from pain, not connection. It's sneaky because on the surface it feels genuine. We live in a world that praises openness. Be vulnerable, be honest, be raw. And yes, vulnerability is powerful. But somewhere along the way, we confused vulnerability with venting, connection with confession. True authenticity isn't about sharing everything. It's about sharing intentionally, with safety and awareness. The emotional dump trap happens when we use openness as a coping mechanism instead of a connection tool. When we share to get relief, not to build understanding. It's not bad or malicious. It's human. When you've been holding something heavy for too long, the moment you find someone who feels even a little bit safe, your guard drops. You pour it all out because it feels freeing. But that freedom often comes with a hangover, regret, awkwardness, or a sense that you said too much to someone who didn't earn that level of access. And the truth is, oversharing doesn't always build closeness. It can actually push people away. Because when you dump emotions without boundaries, you're not connecting, you're transferring weight. You're asking someone to carry feelings they didn't agree to hold. And even if they care, it can overwhelm them. What starts as being real turns into emotional burnout. For both sides. Here's the shocker. Oversharing doesn't always come from confidence. Sometimes it comes from loneliness. From wanting to be seen so badly that you confuse exposure for intimacy. You think, if I just tell them everything, they'll understand me. But real understanding doesn't come from the quantity of what you share. It comes from the quality of your honesty. Psychologists talk about something called boundary collapse. It's when emotional expression happens faster than relational trust can support it. Basically, you're revealing chapters of your story to someone who hasn't even earned the introduction yet. And while it feels like closeness in the moment, it's often just anxiety trying to feel safe. The irony: the people who overshare the most are often the ones who feel least understood. Because when you spill everything all at once, people can't process it deeply. They hear your words, but they don't feel your meaning. It becomes noise instead of nuance. And over time, that leads to frustration. You're giving your emotional truth away freely, but still feeling unseen. Let's be clear. Real vulnerability is beautiful. It's raw, it's healing, it's powerful. But it's not reckless. Authenticity without boundaries isn't intimacy. It's exposure. True vulnerability requires discernment. It asks, is this person emotionally available to receive this? Am I sharing to connect? Or am I sharing to unload? Think about how social media amplified this trap. We've built a culture where people broadcast their most personal moments for strangers, calling it authentic. But much of that content isn't connection. It's catharsis in public. It's people seeking validation for their pain instead of resolution. And while it can spark empathy, it also blurs emotional lines. We start confusing visibility with healing. Here's the real difference. Vulnerability invites connection, emotional dumping demands it. Vulnerability says, here's what I feel, and I trust you enough to share it. Dumping says, here's everything I feel. Please fix it, understand it, carry it. The first builds bridges. The second builds pressure. And if you've been the emotional dumper before, don't feel ashamed. It usually comes from not having a safe place to put your pain. When life hits hard, you reach for connection anywhere you can find it. But healing doesn't happen by sharing your wounds with everyone. It happens by sharing them with the right ones, the ones who have earned your truth through consistency, compassion, and presence. There's also a self-respect element here. When you share too much too soon, You give people the power to define your story before they've earned the right to hear it. Boundaries aren't walls, they're filters. They protect the sacred parts of you from being mishandled, because not everyone deserves front row seats to your healing process. Here's a thought most people never consider: holding something back doesn't make you fake. It makes you self-aware. Authenticity isn't about being an open book. It's about knowing which pages to share and with whom. You can be honest without being exposed. You can be open without being emptied. And when you practice that kind of mindful vulnerability, your relationships shift. Conversations feel deeper because you're not using them as therapy. You're using them as connection. People start trusting you more because they don't feel emotionally ambushed. You stop needing to overshare for validation because you start giving that validation to yourself. There's also a freedom that comes from emotional privacy, the kind where you don't have to narrate every feeling to prove you're authentic. You can process things quietly, journal, meditate, talk to a therapist, take a walk, cry alone. That's not repression. That's emotional maturity. It means you're learning to regulate instead of release onto others. The emotional dump trap tells you that honesty means saying everything. But the truth is, honesty without boundaries is chaos. Real emotional intelligence is knowing the difference between what needs to be said, what can be saved, and what can be processed within yourself. So maybe the next time you feel that urge to spill everything, pause. Ask yourself, am I sharing to connect or to relieve? Am I seeking understanding or release? And is this person capable of holding what I'm about to give? That one moment of awareness can turn a messy overshare into a meaningful exchange. Because the goal isn't to be an open book. It's to be an intentional one. The kind people want to read because it's honest, not because it's heavy. The kind that shares truth, not just trauma. That's what real authenticity feels like. Grounded, not desperate. Shared, not spilled. And when you start living from that kind of emotional clarity, your connections deepen, your energy lightens, and you stop mistaking exposure for closeness. Because the most authentic thing you can ever do isn't to share everything. It's to know what's sacred enough to keep for yourself. The gossip trap. You ever notice how gossip feels good in the moment? You lean in, whisper something you probably shouldn't, and suddenly you're connected. Like you and the other person just built a little secret bridge between you. It feels intimate, exciting, maybe even safe. That's the trick. Gossip disguises itself as connection, when really, it's corrosion wearing a friendly smile. That's the gossip trap, mistaking shared judgment for genuine closeness. We all fall into it. It's one of the oldest social currencies in the world. You want to feel included, so you join the conversation. You want to show you belong, so you contribute your own insight. It feels harmless, almost like social glue. But what gossip actually does is create counterfeit intimacy. It gives the illusion of trust, not the reality of it. Because if someone is comfortable talking to you about others, you can be sure they're just as comfortable talking about you when you're not there. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Gossip feeds on insecurity. It's not really about the person being discussed. It's about the people doing the discussing. Psychologists call it upward and downward comparison. When we talk about someone else's mistakes, we get a quick ego boost. We feel safer, a little superior, a little more in control, and the brain rewards it. Gossip literally releases dopamine, That's why it feels addictive. But just like junk food, it fills you fast and leaves you emptier after. And it's not always cruel. Sometimes gossip hides behind concern. I just feel bad for her, you know? Or, I'm not judging. But did you hear? It's the soft gossip, the kind that pretends to come from empathy, but still centers around someone else's business. It tricks us into believing we're caring, when really, we're feeding the same hunger, the need to feel connected at someone else's expense. The danger is how easily gossip becomes a bonding language. You share a common villain, and suddenly you're allies. It's intoxicating. You laugh together, roll your eyes together, feel unified. But what's really happening is that you're building connection on negativity instead of depth. And when negativity is the foundation, trust can't grow. Only tolerance can. The relationship becomes dependent on shared disapproval instead of shared values. Here's the shocker. People who gossip a lot are often the loneliest. Studies show that while gossiping can temporarily increase feelings of belonging, it actually decreases long-term trust within social groups. Because everyone starts wondering who's next. You can't build security in a system built on betrayal. And maybe you've felt that tension. You walk away from a gossip session, and there's this uneasy feeling in your chest. You replay what you said and think, why did I even say that? That's your conscience reminding you that gossip feels like connection, but smells like guilt. The real cost of gossip isn't just the damage it does to others. It's what it does to you. It trains your mind to find entertainment in other people's flaws. You start scanning for weaknesses instead of wisdom, stories instead of substance. It dulls your empathy and makes cynicism your default setting. Over time, that changes the way you see people and yourself. But here's where it gets deeper. Gossip doesn't only happen out loud. It happens in the quiet corners of your mind, too. The internal gossip. Judging, speculating, criticizing is just as corrosive. Because it keeps you stuck in comparison, measuring your worth by how others fall short. The more you feed that, the less you grow. So why do we do it? Because it feels like safety. Talking about others makes the spotlight move off us. It's easier to analyze someone else's chaos than to confront our own. Gossip gives us temporary relief from our insecurities, but that relief always comes at a moral cost. You can tell a lot about a person by what they say when the subject of conversation can't defend themselves. The ones who gossip to you will gossip about you. The ones who protect others' names will probably protect yours, too. And that's where the real measure of character lies. Not in how someone behaves in public, but in the conversations they have in private. So how do you break out of the trap? You don't need to become a saint. You just need to pause. The next time someone starts gossiping, notice what's happening inside you. That little spark of curiosity, that urge to contribute. It's the chemical hit calling. You can choose not to feed it. You can redirect. Ask about something real. Shift the focus from people to principles, from drama to depth. You'll be surprised how fast the energy in a conversation changes when you stop feeding it with judgment. And if you've already participated in gossip, which, let's be honest, we all have, don't beat yourself up. Just learn from it. Notice how it felt afterward. Did it really bring you closer to the person you were talking to, or did it just distract you from discomfort? The answer almost always reveals the truth. There's also a beautiful side effect of quitting gossip. Your credibility skyrockets. people start realizing that when they talk to you, their words are safe. That kind of trust is rare, and it's magnetic. You stop being just liked and start being respected. Because the moment people know you won't weaponize information, they start seeing you as someone worth confiding in, not just chatting with. The gossip trap fools you into thinking connection comes from shared opinions. But real connection comes from shared honesty. It's not, "Did you hear about them?" It's, "How are you really doing?" It's asking questions that open hearts, not stories that close them. And maybe that's the deeper challenge, to become the kind of person whose presence makes gossip feel out of place. The kind of person who changes the temperature of the room just by refusing to feed the fire. Because when you start valuing integrity more than information, your relationships get quieter but stronger. The gossip trap thrives on noise, rumors, stories, whispers. But peace lives in silence. And sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is hold your tongue, hold your empathy, and remember, the moment you stop talking about people, you start truly connecting with them. The productivity trap. Ever catch yourself feeling guilty for resting? Like if you're not doing something, checking a task, replying to messages, making progress, you're falling behind. You glance at your to-do list, and even if you've done half of it, your brain whispers, "You could have done more." That's the productivity trap. The quiet belief that your worth as a person is measured by how much you produce, not who you become through the process. This trap is brutal because it hides behind something society worships: hard work. We're taught from the start that effort equals value. Be productive, stay busy, chase results. And sure, working hard matters. But somewhere along the line, we stopped working to live and started living to work. Our self-worth got tangled up in how efficiently we can fill a calendar. The scary part: it feels noble. You tell yourself you're just ambitious, disciplined, committed. But if you strip away the surface pride, what's really driving it? Fear. Fear of falling behind. Fear of being seen as lazy. Fear that if you're not constantly producing something, you'll stop being relevant. The productivity trap doesn't just keep you busy. It keeps you scared of stillness. There's actually a term for this: toxic productivity. It's when you become addicted to output. You start chasing the dopamine rush that comes from checking things off your list. But the satisfaction never lasts. You finish one thing, and immediately your brain asks, "What's next?" It's like running on a treadmill that speeds up every time you catch your breath. And the irony is, this obsession with productivity often makes us less effective. Because when everything becomes a task, even the things that used to give us joy turn into obligations. Hobbies become side hustles. Rest turns into recovery sessions so you can get back to grinding. Life starts feeling like one long performance review you can never ace. Let's be real. Society rewards this mindset. You're praised for being always on, for hustling, for multitasking, for burning out quietly. People compliment your discipline without realizing it's actually your exhaustion in disguise. We've built a culture that glorifies output over impact, motion over meaning. But think about it. When was the last time you felt truly fulfilled by just being, not doing? When was the last time you let yourself enjoy a day without measuring it by what you accomplished? Most people can't even remember, because the productivity trap tricks you into believing your value evaporates when you stop producing. Here's the shocker. Business and productivity aren't the same thing. You can spend your entire day doing things that make you feel productive and still accomplish nothing meaningful. Because meaning doesn't come from volume, it comes from impact. And impact isn't measured by how much you did, but by what changed because you did it. There's a study from Stanford that found productivity drops sharply after working more than 50 hours a week. Not because people get lazy, but because the brain literally stops performing efficiently. Beyond a certain point, more effort just creates more errors. Yet, people keep pushing, convinced that doing more will make them worth more. That's not dedication. That's self-neglect disguised as ambition. The productivity trap also feeds perfectionism. You start believing that if you can just optimize every second, you'll finally feel enough. You download apps, build routines, tweak habits, but the emptiness stays. Because what you're chasing isn't actually productivity. It's peace, and no amount of efficiency can give you that. And maybe that's the part no one talks about. Productivity is seductive because it feels controllable. You can't control love, timing, or luck, but you can control how much you produce. It gives you the illusion of mastery in a chaotic world. The problem is, when you base your self-worth on output, you become terrified of stillness, because stillness exposes all the feelings productivity hides. Ever notice how when you finally take a break, your mind instantly floods with anxiety? That's not because you're lazy. It's because you've trained your brain to equate rest with danger. The productivity trap rewires your nervous system to believe that slowing down means failure. And until you unlearn that, you'll keep chasing the next thing, even when you're too tired to enjoy any of it. Here's the real truth. Your value isn't tied to how much you produce. It's tied to the difference your presence makes. Productivity measures what you do. Impact measures why it matters. Productivity ends when the task is done. Impact lingers after you're gone. You can be wildly productive and still make no real difference. Or you can move slower, do less, and change everything that counts. There's nothing wrong with wanting to achieve. But achievement without alignment just burns you out. You start building someone else's version of success, collecting milestones that look impressive but feel empty. The cure isn't to stop being productive. It's to redefine what productivity means. What if productivity wasn't about the number of tasks, but the quality of attention? What if being productive meant being fully engaged in what matters most? A project, a person, a moment. That kind of productivity doesn't drain you, it fills you. Because it's driven by purpose, not pressure. Think about the people who inspire you most. The ones who genuinely move you. It's rarely because they work nonstop. It's because their work meant something. They created from depth, not from fear of idleness. They didn't just fill their time. They infused it with intention. Maybe that's what breaking the productivity trap really looks like. Not abandoning ambition, but reclaiming peace. Choosing quality over constant motion. Letting go of the lie that your worth is something you earn through output. Because the truth is, your worth was never tied to your productivity. It's tied to your humanity. So next time you catch yourself spiraling into guilt for not doing enough, pause. Remind yourself that doing less doesn't mean you're less. Some of the most productive things you'll ever do will look like nothing on paper. Listening deeply, resting fully, thinking clearly. That's where real impact begins. Because in the end, the world doesn't need you to do more. It needs you to matter more. And the moment you start choosing impact over output, your life stops feeling like a checklist and starts feeling like a legacy. The attention trap. You ever notice how a little attention can feel like a warm spotlight? Someone laughs at your joke, likes your post, compliments your outfit, replies faster than usual, and suddenly it feels like affection. You start to think maybe they care. Maybe this means something. But that's the hook of it. The attention trap, the illusion that being noticed is the same thing as being valued. It's so subtle, you don't even realize it's happening. Because attention feels good, it hits the same parts of your brain that light up when you experience love. Every notification, every compliment, every approving glance. It's a tiny dose of dopamine whispering, "You matter." But here's the thing, attention isn't love. It's not even connection. It's stimulation. And when you start mistaking attention for affection, you build your self-worth on how many people look your way instead of how deeply anyone truly sees you. We live in a world that monetizes attention. Every app, every platform, every algorithm is designed to make you crave it and measure it. Likes, views, followers, reactions. The more attention you get, the more significant you feel. But the more you chase it, the emptier it becomes. Because attention is temporary. It can be given instantly, and it can vanish just as fast. Affection, on the other hand, is built over time. It's not reactive, it's rooted. Here's where it gets tricky. When you've gone too long without real emotional connection, attention starts to feel like love. That random message, that flirt, that sudden interest, it hits like validation. You think, finally, someone sees me. But attention is about visibility. Affection is about understanding. One makes you visible, the other makes you valued. Psychologically, this trap runs deep. Humans are wired to seek recognition. It's part of our social survival. In ancient tribes, being noticed meant belonging, and belonging meant safety. So today, even when the world has evolved, our brains still chase that same signal. We crave the eyes of others because somewhere deep down, it feels like protection. But the modern version, social media, surface level interest, performative praise, is hollow. It satisfies your ego for a moment, but starves your heart in the long run. And maybe you've felt that hollow feeling before. The high after attention fades. You got the message, the compliment, the reaction. It felt amazing. Then suddenly, silence, and you're back refreshing, checking, wondering if you did something wrong. That's not love. That's addiction. Attention is the emotional fast food of connection. Quick, convenient, instantly gratifying, but never nourishing. The real danger is how the attention trap changes your behavior. Without realizing it, you start performing instead of existing. You post not because you want to share, but because you want to be seen. You dress for validation instead of expression. You start molding your personality around what gets noticed, not what feels true. Every laugh, every glance, every comment becomes a metric for your worth. And the scariest part, you can lose yourself trying to be seen by everyone and still not be known by anyone. There's a difference between people liking your presence and people caring about your person. One is easy to earn, the other takes time, trust, and consistency. Affection doesn't need an audience. It shows up quietly, in texts that don't need to impress, in gestures that no one else sees, in conversations that don't end with a double tap. Affection is what remains when the performance ends. Let's be honest, though. Attention feels powerful. It gives you a sense of control. You can post something and watch numbers climb. You can walk into a room and feel heads turn. You can say the right things and hold someone's interest for a night. But affection, that's vulnerable. You can't control it. You can't demand it. You can only earn it. And that's why the attention trap is so seductive. It lets you feel loved without the risk of intimacy. It's also why so many people confuse chemistry with connection. They mistake excitement for emotional safety. The butterflies, the spark, the flood of attention. It's intoxicating. But what happens when the novelty fades? If all you had was attention, you're left with nothing. But if you had affection, genuine care, consistency, effort, the flame might burn softer, but it burns longer. Here's the harsh truth: attention feeds your ego. Affection heals your soul. One is about being admired, the other is about being accepted. And the problem with chasing attention is that it never lasts long enough to make you feel whole. You'll always need more. More eyes, more likes, more praise. It becomes a loop that keeps you externally stimulated and internally starving. It's no accident that so many people today feel unseen despite being more visible than ever. Visibility is not intimacy. You can have 1,000 people know your name and still feel invisible when you're alone. Because attention fills the space around you, but affection fills the space within you. And if you've fallen into this trap, you're not weak, you're human. You were built to crave connection. You just got taught to chase the shallow version of it. The fix isn't to stop enjoying attention, it's to stop confusing it for love. Appreciate it when it comes, but don't depend on it to remind you who you are. The real shift happens when you start giving yourself the affection you've been begging for through attention. When you validate your own worth without waiting for someone else to notice. When you realize that quiet peace feels better than loud approval. Because once you know how to fill your own emotional cup, you stop trying to sip from everyone else's. Here's something to remember. Attention fades when you stop performing, but affection grows when you start being real. The people meant for you won't just notice you, they'll know you. They won't just look, they'll stay. And you'll stop chasing the eyes of strangers when you're finally at peace being seen by yourself. So next time someone gives you attention, don't rush to call it affection. Wait. Watch what happens when the spotlight moves. Do they still show up? Do they still care when it's not exciting? Because love doesn't need an audience. And the moment you stop chasing attention, you start attracting what you've been searching for all along. Genuine affection that doesn't flicker when the lights go out. The control trap. You ever catch yourself replaying a conversation in your head, wishing you'd said something differently? Or carefully editing a text before sending it, just to make sure you sound a certain way? That's the control trap, the exhausting habit of trying to manage how others see you or feel about you. It feels like you're being careful, smart, socially aware. But what you're really doing is carrying a weight that was never yours to lift. The control trap starts small. You don't want to upset anyone. You want to be understood. You want to come across the right way. So you adjust your tone, your words, your reactions. You shape yourself to fit the space you're in. And it works for a while. People respond well. They like you. They approve. But deep down, it never feels stable. Because the moment someone misreads you, or withdraws, or shows disappointment, your whole sense of peace shakes. The cruel thing about the control trap is that it disguises itself as emotional intelligence. You tell yourself you're just being considerate, just reading the room, just managing dynamics. But underneath, it's not about care. It's about fear. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of rejection. Fear that if people don't see the best version of you, they'll leave. And the truth is, you can't control people's perceptions. You can only curate your performance. The two might look the same at first, but one is connection and the other is survival. When you spend your life managing impressions, you never actually get to rest. Every interaction becomes a balancing act between who you are and who you think they need you to be. There's a psychological term for this: impression management. It's something we all do to some extent, but when it becomes your identity, it drains your authenticity. You start editing your truth in real time. You say what's right, not what's real. You apologize for things that weren't your fault. You over-explain, overthink, overcompensate. You become a version of yourself designed to avoid disapproval. And yet, no matter how perfectly you perform, someone will still misjudge you. Someone will still not like you. Someone will still leave. That's the heartbreak of the control trap. You lose peace trying to control something that was never controllable. You can influence people's impressions, but you can't decide their perception, because their perception isn't about you. It's filtered through their own beliefs, wounds, and experiences. You can show up with pure intentions, and they might still misread it. And if your peace depends on being perfectly understood, you'll spend your whole life anxious. Maybe that's why so many people feel exhausted by relationships. They're not connecting, they're performing. They're editing themselves in real time to earn emotional safety. It's like emotional code, switching, not cultural, but personal. You adjust who you are to avoid conflict or rejection. But here's the problem. If people love your mask, your true self stays unloved. You end up lonely even in relationships because no one actually knows the real you. And the worst part, the more you try to control how others see you, the less control you actually have. Because you teach people to respond to the image you've created, not your authentic self. So when you finally break character, when you're tired or honest or messy, they pull away, not because you changed, but because you finally showed them something real, and they weren't prepared for it. That's when it hits you. Control doesn't create safety. It creates distance. It keeps you locked in a loop of anxiety and self-monitoring. You can't relax because every moment becomes about maintaining perception. You're not living. You're managing. There's this illusion that if you just say the right things, look the right way, explain enough, you can make everyone see your heart. But humans don't work like that. People don't see you as you are. They see you as they are, through their filters, their moods, their memories. You could do everything perfectly and still be misunderstood. And that's not failure, that's reality. Once you realize that, something shifts. You stop chasing control and start choosing peace. You stop bending yourself for clarity that may never come. You start letting people misunderstand you, not because you don't care, but because you finally trust your own truth more than their opinion. And that's not indifference. That's emotional freedom. The ability to stand in who you are, even when it's misread. The courage to let silence speak when explaining won't help. The wisdom to know that someone's discomfort with your boundaries isn't your problem to fix. You don't have to control perception to earn respect. In fact, people often respect you more when they can sense that you're not performing for approval. There's a quiet confidence that comes from letting go of control, from being okay with not being everyone's favorite, from knowing that your peace matters more than their perception. And yes, it's scary at first, especially if you've spent years walking on eggshells, adjusting, managing, pleasing. Letting go of control feels like jumping without a parachute. But here's what you'll discover: you were the parachute the whole time. The moment you stop chasing how others feel about you, you finally start feeling at home with yourself. Here's something no one tells you. The people who are meant for you will misunderstand you and still stay. They won't need you to perform clarity for them. They'll feel your sincerity. They'll give you the benefit of the doubt. They'll ask instead of assuming. Because affection doesn't need control. It needs truth. So maybe the goal isn't to control how others see you, but to live in a way that feels honest, even if it's misunderstood. The right people will align with your truth, not your image. And the wrong ones, you'll lose them, but you'll gain your peace. Because peace doesn't come from being perfectly seen. It comes from knowing that even if the world misreads you, you're still aligned, still whole, still enough. That's when you finally realize the need to control isn't about power, it's about fear. And when you release that fear, you don't lose control. You gain freedom. The hero trap. You ever notice how some people always need to be the one fixing, helping, rescuing? Like they can't sit still while someone else struggles. Maybe that's you. You see someone hurting, and instantly you step in. You give advice, you offer solutions, you take on their pain like it's your mission. It feels noble. It feels loving. But what it really is exhausting. That's the hero trap. The quiet addiction to saving others just so you can feel needed. It's one of the easiest traps to fall into because it disguises itself as kindness. People even praise you for it. You're such a good friend. You're always there for everyone. And you are. You show up, you listen, you fix. But deep down, there's a part of you that doesn't just want to help. It needs to. Because if you're not saving someone, if no one needs you, then who are you? The hero trap doesn't start from arrogance. It starts from emptiness. Somewhere along the way, you learned that love had to be earned through usefulness. Maybe you grew up in chaos and found your worth by being the calm one, the caretaker, the responsible one. You learned that being strong got you affection, while needing help got you silence. So now, every time you see pain, you rush to fix it, not because you think you're superior, but because helping gives you the illusion of safety. It's a deep psychological loop. Saving people temporarily soothes your own fear of being unneeded. But the moment the problem's solved, the validation fades. So you look for another crisis, another person to fix. You start collecting broken situations, calling it compassion. But what you're really doing is chasing significance through suffering. Here's the hard truth. Sometimes, saving people is a way to avoid saving yourself. Because helping others lets you focus outward instead of inward. It distracts you from your own pain, your own mess, your own needs. And on the surface, it looks generous. But underneath, it's avoidance wearing a halo. The hero trap also feeds your ego in sneaky ways. Being the rescuer makes you feel important. It gives you a role in other people's stories. But the problem is, when your identity depends on being needed, you start attracting people who always need. You draw in chaos, crisis, and codependency, because without them, you feel purposeless. And before long, you're surrounded by people who drain you, not because they're bad, but because you trained them to depend on your strength instead of building their own. That's the emotional burnout no one talks about. You keep giving until you have nothing left. Then you feel resentful, unappreciated, maybe even victimized. But here's the twist. You built that dynamic, not because you wanted to be used, but because being needed felt safer than being loved. There's a big difference between helping and saving. Helping empowers people. Saving disables them. When you save someone, you take away their chance to grow through their struggle. You interrupt their lesson because you can't stand to watch them hurt. It feels compassionate, but it's control in disguise. You're saying, I know better than your process. And that's not love. That's fear trying to manage life's chaos. Think about it. The real heroes, the ones who create lasting change, don't rush to rescue. They guide. They support. They teach people how to save themselves. Because real compassion isn't about taking someone's pain away. It's about walking beside them through it without losing yourself in the process. Psychologists call this the white knight syndrome. It's common in people who base their identity on being the fixer. You get addicted to other people's gratitude. But gratitude fades, and then you're left chasing your next mission. It's a cycle that feels selfless, but at its core, it's all about maintaining emotional control. If you can fix it, you don't have to feel helpless, and that's the real wound underneath the hero trap. Helplessness. You hate the feeling of not being able to do anything. So instead of learning to sit with that discomfort, you turn it into action. You rush to solve, to stabilize, to soothe. But the truth is, some things aren't meant to be fixed by you. Some people aren't ready to be helped. And some pain isn't yours to carry. When you stop trying to be the hero, something powerful happens. You finally give others the dignity of their own journey. You start trusting that their pain has purpose. You realize that not saving them doesn't mean you don't care. It means you respect their process. That's real love. Standing beside someone without trying to rewrite their story. And when you do that, you also start saving yourself. You get your energy back. You stop confusing chaos for connection. You stop mistaking usefulness for worth. You begin to see that being loved doesn't require constant proving. That your presence, your listening, your empathy, your honesty is enough. It's not your job to rescue everyone. Sometimes the most healing thing you can do is hold space and let them face their own fire. You can offer tools, wisdom, and comfort. But the moment you start living their battle for them, you lose both of you. There's also a beautiful irony in this. When you stop trying to be the hero, you become more helpful than ever. Because you're grounded. You're not acting out of fear or validation. You're acting from truth. You help not to feel needed, but because it's in your nature to care. Without losing yourself in the process. And maybe the hardest part is this: not everyone wants to be saved. Some people need to fall, to learn, to rebuild. Some people even love their chaos because it gives them identity, and no amount of rescuing can change that. The more you try to save someone who isn't ready, the more you become trapped in their storm. So when you feel that urge to fix, pause, ask yourself, am I doing this to truly help or to feel valuable? Am I giving from strength or from emptiness? Because love given from emptiness always leads to exhaustion. Here's what freedom looks like: knowing you can care deeply without needing to be the savior. Knowing you can be present without being responsible. Knowing that your value doesn't depend on how many people you rescue, but how many you inspire to rescue themselves. You're not the hero of everyone's story, and you don't have to be. The world doesn't need more saviors. It needs more witnesses. People who can love without controlling, support without fixing, and stand strong without needing to be the center of anyone's healing. And when you finally let go of that need to save, you realize something beautiful. You were never meant to be the hero. You were meant to be human. And that's more than enough. The victim trap. You ever meet someone who always seems to be struggling, no matter what's going on? Nothing ever goes right, nobody ever understands them, and life just keeps being unfair. It's not that bad things don't happen. They do. But over time, their pain becomes more than something they went through. It becomes who they are. That's the victim trap. When suffering turns from an experience into an identity. And it's one of the most seductive traps of all, because it makes you feel seen. When you've been hurt, dismissed, or overlooked, playing the victim feels like finally being noticed. You get comfort, attention, validation. People care. They listen. You feel significant through your struggle. But here's the dark side. Once pain becomes your identity, healing starts to feel like loss. Because if you let go of your suffering, who are you without it? The victim trap doesn't start with weakness. It starts with injustice. Something happened. You were wronged, betrayed, abandoned, mistreated. You had every right to feel hurt. But somewhere along the line, instead of seeing that pain as something that happened to you, it quietly became something that defines you. You start filtering everything through that identity. Every challenge, every interaction, every setback becomes more proof that life is against you. The mind loves patterns, and when it's used to being in pain, it starts to crave the familiar rhythm of suffering. It's not conscious. It's survival. You tell yourself, see, nothing ever works out for me. People always leave. I can't catch a break. And even though those thoughts hurt, they also comfort you, because they make the world predictable. If pain is who you are, then disappointment never surprises you. Psychologists call this learned helplessness. When you've been through repeated experiences of powerlessness, your brain stops believing that effort matters. You start thinking, why try? It won't change anything. And ironically, that belief keeps the pain alive. You don't fight back, you don't grow, you don't risk. You stay small because small feels safe. But here's the truth. Pain can explain why you are the way you are, but it can't excuse staying that way forever. The moment you start using your suffering to define your identity, you give it power over your future. You turn your wounds into walls, and those walls block everything that could heal you. There's also an emotional payoff in staying the victim, and that's what makes it so hard to break. When you're the victim, you don't have to take responsibility. You don't have to change, or risk, or forgive. You can stay in the familiar story of, it's not my fault. And yes, maybe it wasn't. But the longer you hold that story, the more it holds you. It starts protecting you from growth while convincing you that it's protecting you from pain. And you can see it everywhere. People who can't let go of the ex that wronged them years ago. Friends who retell the same unfair story over and over, like it just happened yesterday. People who reject any advice that would empower them, because empowerment threatens the identity they've built around suffering. The victim trap feels safe because it gives you certainty, but it also keeps you powerless. It convinces you that life is happening to you, not through you, that you have no control, no choice, no agency. But that's a lie. You might not control what happened, but you always control what happens next. You always have the power to rewrite your narrative. Here's the paradox. Real healing doesn't mean pretending you were never hurt. It means finally acknowledging that you were, and then choosing not to let that pain decide the rest of your story. Because the moment you define yourself by what broke you, you stop being the author and start being the echo. And maybe that's the hardest part. The victim identity gets you connection. People comfort you, empathize with you, rally around you. But eventually, the world moves on, and you're still there, replaying the same story, hoping someone new will listen. What you're really craving isn't attention. It's validation. You want your pain to mean something. You want to feel like it mattered. And it does. It mattered deeply. But meaning doesn't come from staying in the pain. It comes from transforming it, turning what hurt you into wisdom, into compassion, into boundaries, into purpose. That's when suffering stops defining you and starts refining you. Here's something powerful to think about. You can't be both the victim and the hero of your story at the same time. One keeps you stuck, the other sets you free. The victim says, "This happened to me." The hero says, "This happened, but I get to decide what it means." That single shift in mindset changes everything. Your confidence, your relationships, your sense of control. And yes, letting go of the victim identity hurts, because it means losing the comfort of your old story. It means taking responsibility for your healing, even when someone else caused the damage. It means forgiving, not for them, but for you. And that's terrifying, because forgiveness feels like letting them off the hook. But what it really does is unhook you. The moment you stop using suffering as proof of who you are, you start to realize how much power you actually have. You start setting boundaries instead of building walls. You start trusting again, not because people won't hurt you, but because you finally know you can handle it. And here's what's beautiful. When you stop needing pain to feel seen, you make room for something new: peace. It's quieter, less dramatic, but infinitely more powerful. You start being defined not by what broke you, but by how you rebuilt, not by what you lost, but by what you learned. So maybe the question isn't, "Why did this happen to me?" Maybe the real question is, "Who am I now that it did?" Because the victim identity asks for sympathy, but healing demands courage. And when you finally choose courage, when you step out of the story of what went wrong, you discover something the victim could never have: freedom. Freedom from the need to prove your pain. Freedom from repeating old patterns. Freedom from defining yourself by what you survived. Because surviving was never supposed to be the end of the story. It was supposed to be the beginning of a new one. The Groupthink Trap. You ever catch yourself agreeing with everyone in the room, even when something inside you screams, "That's not what I really think"? Maybe it's at work, with friends, or online. You don't even notice you're doing it anymore. You just nod along, laugh at the right moments, echo the same opinions. Because standing out feels risky and blending in feels safe. That's the Groupthink Trap. The slow erosion of individuality in exchange for belonging. It starts innocently enough. You just want to get along. You don't want to cause friction. You tell yourself, "It's not worth the argument," or "I'll just keep quiet." But every time you silence a truth to maintain peace, you lose a small piece of yourself. And over time, those small silences stack up until you're not even sure what you believe anymore. The groupthink trap isn't just about peer pressure. It's about survival. Humans are wired for connection. In ancient times, being excluded from the tribe meant death. Our brains still carry that fear. So when we sense potential rejection, our biology reacts as if we're in danger. That's why voicing an unpopular opinion can feel physically uncomfortable. Your heart races, your palms sweat, your mind second guesses. You're not weak. You're human. But here's the problem. The same instinct that once kept us safe now keeps us small. Because belonging has evolved from a necessity into an obsession. We measure our social safety not by authenticity, but by acceptance. And acceptance often demands conformity. You see it in friend groups, workplaces, political movements, even online communities. The unspoken rule is simple: agree or be outcast. Psychologists call this normative social influence. It's the pressure to align with a group to avoid rejection, even when you disagree internally. It feels easier in the moment, but that short-term comfort leads to long-term emptiness. Because belonging that costs your voice isn't belonging. It's submission. Think about how often people stay quiet in meetings because they don't want to challenge a bad idea. Or how someone hides parts of their personality to fit into a friend group. Or how people online copy each other's opinions just to avoid being canceled or criticized. Groupthink doesn't look like a cult. It looks like everyone agreeing a little too quickly, and the trap goes deeper. The more you conform, the harder it becomes to see that you're doing it. You start mistaking agreement for harmony and silence for peace. But harmony without truth isn't peace. It's performance. You play a role so you won't be rejected. And the moment the performance ends, you feel the quiet ache of self-betrayal. Here's the truth most people avoid: being authentic always costs something. You might lose approval. You might lose comfort. But losing yourself costs more. Because once you forget how to speak your truth, you start living in other people's stories. You become a mirror for their opinions, not a voice for your own. There's a famous study from the 1950s by Solomon Asch that proves how powerful groupthink can be. Participants were shown lines of different lengths and asked which ones matched. The answer was obvious. But when everyone else in the room, secretly actors, chose the wrong line, most people went along with them, even though they clearly knew better. Their desire to fit in overpowered their sense of truth. That's how deeply we fear being the odd one out. And we still do this today, just in more subtle ways. We post what's popular, say what's safe, believe what's trending. We trade authenticity for approval, then wonder why we feel disconnected and unseen. Because deep down, we know no one can truly see us if we're hiding behind agreement. The irony is that we admire individuality from a distance, but punish it up close. We celebrate rebels and visionaries, but only after they've succeeded. Before that, they're difficult, weird, or too much. But every great thinker, creator, and leader in history had to resist the pull of groupthink. They had to risk being misunderstood in order to be real. And maybe that's the hidden cost of the groupthink trap. It doesn't just silence voices. It kills potential. The next big idea, the next truth, the next movement could die quietly in the mind of someone too afraid to speak up. Because they learned that fitting in mattered more than standing out. But here's the shift. Individuality doesn't have to mean isolation. You can belong without betraying yourself. Real belonging doesn't require uniformity. It requires honesty. It's the kind of connection where you can disagree and still feel safe, where authenticity isn't punished but respected. Those are the spaces where truth grows, creativity thrives, and relationships deepen. So how do you break the trap? You start small. The next time everyone agrees too easily, pause. Ask a question. Offer your perspective, even gently. Notice the discomfort. That's your growth trying to happen. You don't have to be confrontational to be authentic. You just have to stop abandoning your truth for approval. Because silence might keep you safe, but it will never make you free. When you hide what you think, you teach the world that your voice doesn't matter. And over time, you start believing it too. But the moment you speak honestly, even shakily, even alone, something shifts inside you. You remember that your truth has weight, that your perspective matters, that your voice is worth hearing. The world doesn't need more agreement. It needs more authenticity. More people brave enough to say, I see it differently. Because truth doesn't come from the loudest crowd. It comes from the quiet courage to stand apart when it matters. So when you feel that pull to blend in, ask yourself, am I doing this to connect or to disappear? Because fitting in by erasing yourself isn't connection. It's self-abandonment dressed as harmony. And maybe real belonging begins the moment you stop needing everyone to agree with you. The moment you choose honesty over approval. The moment you realize that being accepted for who you aren't will never feel as good as being seen for who you are. That's the freedom waiting outside the groupthink trap. The freedom to stand in your truth, even if your voice shakes. Because the people who are meant for you won't need you to shrink to fit. They'll make space for your full self, even when it challenges them. And that's when you finally understand, belonging isn't about blending in, it's about standing out, and still being loved anyway. The pleasing trap. You know that feeling when someone asks you for a favor, and even though every part of you wants to say no, your mouth blurts out yes before your brain catches up. You smile, you agree, you pretend it's fine. But inside, you're screaming. You know you don't have the time, the energy, or even the desire. But the fear of letting them down feels heavier than the weight of another yes. That's the pleasing trap. When you say yes, not because you want to, but because you're terrified of what will happen if you don't. It's sneaky because it feels kind. You tell yourself you're being helpful, supportive, easygoing. You convince yourself it's generosity when in reality, it's survival. You're not pleasing out of love. You're pleasing out of fear. Fear of rejection, fear of disappointing people, fear that if you ever set a boundary, you'll lose connection. And let's be honest, people-pleasing works. At first, you get praised for being reliable, admired for being selfless, loved for being the nice one. But that approval comes with a cost, your authenticity. Because every yes you give out of fear is a quiet no to yourself. This trap usually starts early. Maybe you grew up in a home where love felt conditional, where peace depended on keeping everyone else happy. You learned that conflict meant danger, and that saying yes kept you safe. So, as an adult, your nervous system still reacts to disapproval like it's a threat. Someone frowns, and your brain panics. Someone withdraws, and you feel that familiar shame flood in. You start fixing, over-explaining, smoothing things over. Anything to restore harmony. But here's the cruel irony. The more you please, the less peace you actually have. Because the more you abandon yourself, the more resentment grows underneath. You smile on the outside while quietly burning out inside. You do things you don't want to do, then blame yourself for feeling drained. You think, why can't I just say no? But your body remembers. It learned long ago that no equals rejection. There's a psychological mechanism at play called rejection sensitivity. When you've been rejected, criticized, or shamed in the past, your brain starts treating potential rejection as an emotional emergency. You'll do anything to avoid it, so you become hyper aware of other people's moods, tones, and reactions. You overanalyze every word, every sigh, every pause. You're not reading the room. You're scanning for danger, and it's exhausting. Because no matter how hard you try to keep everyone happy, someone will always be disappointed. Someone will misunderstand, pull away, or expect more. And every time that happens, you feel it like a failure. Proof that you weren't good enough, nice enough, accommodating enough. But here's the truth no one tells you. Saying yes out of fear doesn't make people love you. It makes them love your compliance. They love how easy you make their life, not how honest you are. And that's not connection, that's transaction. Real love requires truth, not performance. What's worse, the pleasing trap teaches people how to treat you. When you never say no, they stop seeing your yes as a choice. It becomes an expectation. And when you finally set a boundary, they act shocked, even offended. Not because you did something wrong, but because you changed the rules they've benefited from. And this is where most people backslide. They break one pattern, face backlash, and think, see, I knew setting boundaries would make people leave. But what's actually happening is you're filtering out the ones who only valued your silence. The people who truly love you won't punish you for being honest. They'll adapt. They'll respect it. Because your no doesn't threaten real love. It reveals it. Here's something powerful to remember. Every time you say no to something that drains you, you say yes to your own peace. You make space for things that align with your truth. And that's not selfish. That's self-respect. The pleasing trap makes you think that rejection is the worst thing that could happen. But it's not. The worst thing is being surrounded by people who only love you when you're convenient. The worst thing is living your entire life afraid to disappoint others while constantly disappointing yourself. Breaking free starts with one small act of courage, an honest no. The kind that makes your stomach flip, the kind that feels like jumping off a cliff. But when you do it, something incredible happens. The world doesn't end. The people who truly care will stay. The ones who were using your compliance will fade. And what remains is peace. Raw, unfamiliar, but real. Saying no doesn't make you unkind. It makes you trustworthy. Because when your yes actually means something, people start to value it more. They know you're showing up from choice, not obligation. That's the kind of energy that creates genuine respect, not the hollow approval that vanishes the moment you stop giving. And the truth is, boundaries don't push people away. They pull the right ones closer. Because real relationships aren't built on constant yeses. They're built on honesty. You don't owe anyone a watered down version of yourself just to keep them comfortable. You owe yourself the truth, even if it shakes things up. So the next time you feel that automatic yes rising in your throat, pause. Ask yourself, am I saying this from love or from fear? Because love gives freely. fear bargains for safety. And every choice you make from fear pulls you deeper into a life that doesn't feel like yours. You're not responsible for everyone's happiness. You're responsible for your own alignment. And when you start living from that truth, you realize something beautiful. The people who stay aren't here because of what you give. They're here because of who you are when you finally stop performing. The pleasing trap whispers that rejection means failure. But the truth is, rejection often means freedom. Freedom from the weight of pretending, from fake peace, from people who only love your yes. Because the real you, the honest, messy, imperfect you, deserves to be loved without conditions. And once you finally believe that, saying no won't feel like rejection anymore. It'll feel like self-respect. The overthinking trap. You ever lie awake at night replaying a conversation, dissecting every word, every pause, every possible meaning? You tell yourself you're just being careful, just trying to understand. But deep down, you know you're not looking for truth. You're searching for safety. That's the overthinking trap. The illusion that if you analyze everything deeply enough, you can finally stop yourself from getting hurt. It starts as self-awareness, which sounds like a strength. You don't just react, you reflect. You want to understand why things happened, what you could have done differently, how to make better choices next time. That's healthy. But somewhere along the way, reflection turns into rumination. You stop learning from the past and start living in it. You pick apart moments that can't be changed, as if one more mental loop will finally unlock peace. Here's the problems. Overthinking feels productive. Your brain convinces you that thinking equals control. You tell yourself, if I can just figure this out, I'll know what to do. But emotional safety doesn't come from understanding every variable. It comes from accepting uncertainty. And that's exactly what overthinking refuses to do. It's your mind's way of saying, I'll feel safe once everything makes sense. But life doesn't work like that. People don't make perfect sense. Emotions aren't logical equations. What's really happening is your brain is trying to protect you. When something painful happens, rejection, embarrassment, betrayal, your nervous system goes on alert. It says, never again. So your mind becomes a detective, replaying the past, anticipating the future, analyzing every outcome to avoid danger. It's a defense mechanism called cognitive hypervigilance. The belief that if you think enough, you can prevent pain. But the truth is, overthinking doesn't protect you. It just prolongs your pain, because every replay reopens the wound. Every what if keeps you trapped in fear. Every attempt to control the uncontrollable pulls you further from peace. You start confusing thinking with doing. You plan conversations that never happen, write messages you never send, analyze people who have long stopped thinking about you. It feels like movement, but it's really emotional paralysis, because no amount of mental gymnastics can guarantee emotional safety. There's no amount of analysis that can erase risk, and maybe that's what scares you. The idea that you could do everything right and still get hurt. That's the truth overthinking can't accept. So instead of surrendering, it keeps you looping, obsessing, predicting. It's like trying to play chess against life, and life keeps changing the rules. The worst part, overthinking doesn't just drain your mind. It numbs your heart, because the more time you spend in analysis, the less time you spend in experience. You start living in your head instead of your life. You hesitate before you speak, filter every word, question every decision. You become afraid to act unless you're 100% sure, which means you rarely act at all. And it's not that you don't trust others. You don't trust yourself. Overthinking is self-doubt disguised as intelligence. It's the fear that if you just relax, you'll miss something, make a mistake, lose control. But control and peace can't coexist. The more you try to manage every possible outcome, the further peace slips away. You've probably noticed this. The moments you feel most alive are the moments you stop thinking. When you're laughing, dancing, creating, or connecting, your brain isn't analyzing, it's experiencing. Because peace doesn't live in understanding. It lives in presence. There's a study in neuroscience that shows overthinking activates the same stress pathways as actual physical danger. Your brain literally can't tell the difference between a threat in the world and a threat in your thoughts. That's why overthinking feels so exhausting. You're living in a constant state of what if, and your body believes it's real. And here's the irony. Most of the things you worry about never happen, but the cost of preparing for them still drains your life. You don't just lose sleep, you lose moments. You miss opportunities because you're too busy predicting their failure. You miss peace because you're addicted to control. Breaking the overthinking trap isn't about stopping thoughts. It's about changing your relationship with them. When your mind starts spiraling, don't fight it. Just notice it. Say, my brain's trying to protect me again. That simple awareness takes the power away. Because the moment you stop believing every thought deserves attention, your mind starts to quiet down. Sometimes you need to act before you feel ready. Sometimes you need to speak before you've rehearsed every line. Because confidence doesn't come from thinking, it comes from doing. The answers you're chasing often appear only after you stop chasing them. And the truth is, overthinking is just fear pretending to be logic. It's your anxiety wearing the mask of wisdom. But real wisdom doesn't live in analysis. It lives in acceptance. The ability to say, I don't know what's going to happen, but I trust myself to handle it. That's emotional safety. Not certainty, but self-trust. Think about how much energy you've spent trying to think your way out of feeling. You analyze pain instead of allowing it. You strategize healing instead of experiencing it. But emotions aren't math problems. They don't need solving. They need feeling. You don't heal by thinking harder. You heal by finally letting go. So the next time your brain starts spiraling, pause. Take a breath. Ask yourself, am I trying to solve something real, or am I trying to avoid feeling unsafe? Most of the time it's the second one. And that's okay. That awareness is where freedom begins. Because safety doesn't come from having every answer. It comes from knowing that no matter what happens, you'll find your footing again. That even if things fall apart, you'll survive. The overthinking trap convinces you that peace is at the end of analysis. But peace has been here the whole time, buried under all the questions. And the moment you stop trying to think your way into safety, you finally start to feel it. Not because everything's figured out, but because you stopped needing it to be. The fear of missing out trap. You ever say yes to something, not because you want to, but because you're scared you'll miss something if you don't. You scroll through your phone, see everyone out living their best lives, and suddenly your own peace feels like a problem. You could be completely fine, until you see someone else doing more, having more, being more. That's the fear of missing out trap, better known as FOMO. The anxious belief that if you're not everywhere, doing everything, you're falling behind. It's one of the most modern traps we've built for ourselves. Because now, at any moment, we can see what everyone else is doing. The trips, the parties, the launches, the milestones. It's endless comparison on tap. And what your brain doesn't realize is that it's not seeing reality. It's seeing highlights. The best 2% of everyone's life compressed into scrollable proof that you're not doing enough. FOMO isn't about missing experiences. It's about missing validation. It's that whisper in your mind that says, if I'm not there, I don't matter. It's not curiosity. It's anxiety dressed as ambition. Because you're not being pulled towards something meaningful. You're being pushed by the fear of being left out. It starts subtly. You say yes to plans you don't care about. You buy things you don't need. You join projects that don't align with you. You stay online longer than you want to. You tell yourself it's harmless. It's just staying connected. But what you're really doing is handing your peace over to the illusion that you might be missing something better. Here's what's actually happening in your brain. FOMO triggers the same part of your brain that lights up when you're in danger. Your amygdala. It interprets exclusion as a threat, the same way your ancestors once reacted to being left out of the tribe. Because back then, isolation meant death. So even though your rational mind knows missing a brunch or a post isn't life or death, your nervous system doesn't. That's why your chest tightens when you see people hanging out without you. That's why your thoughts spiral when others are ahead. It's your survival instinct misfiring in a digital world. But here's the irony. The more you chase not missing out, the more you actually miss out. Because you're not really present anywhere. You're half in, half scrolling, half planning what's next. Your body might be at the dinner, but your mind is checking who's having a better one. You're in a constant state of mental multitasking, searching for the moment that feels like enough, without ever actually arriving there. And it's not just about events or opportunities. FOMO sneaks into your life choices. You start doubting your path because someone else's looks shinier. You question your progress because theirs looks faster. You abandon what you love because something new seems more exciting. It's not that you're lost. It's that you're letting anxiety be your compass. The worst part is, FOMO convinces you that more is the cure. More experiences, more plans, more stimulation. But that only deepens the emptiness. Because FOMO isn't a lack of experiences. It's a lack of presence. You don't need more to feel full. You need to actually be where you are. There's a term psychologists use: anticipatory regret. It's the fear of future regret driving present decisions. You don't want to look back and feel like you missed something amazing, so you say yes to everything. But here's the truth: saying yes to everything guarantees regret, because you end up scattered, exhausted, and emotionally disconnected. You can't fully enjoy what you're doing if part of you is always wondering what else is happening. At its core, FOMO is a trust issue. You don't trust that what you have, where you are, or who you're with is enough. You don't trust that your life can unfold perfectly without constant chasing. So you live in a constant loop of checking, comparing, adjusting, searching for external proof that you're doing life right. But what if you flipped it? What if instead of fearing missing out, you started celebrating missing out? JOMO, the joy of missing out. Because what you're really missing when you stop chasing everything is noise. Distraction, chaos. When you stay still, you start hearing your own thoughts again. You start noticing what actually matters to you, not what everyone else values. Imagine this: a Friday night, no plans, no scrolling, just quiet. At first, your brain panics. You're wasting time. Everyone else is out. You should be doing something. But then something shifts. The anxiety fades and peace creeps in. You realize that missing out on noise is actually how you tune in to your life again. Because peace isn't found in constant stimulation. It's found in choosing presence. It's saying, I don't need to be everywhere to feel like I belong. That's emotional freedom. The truth is, you can't experience everything, and you're not supposed to. The point of life isn't to collect moments like trophies. It's to actually live them. And you can't live fully while constantly scanning for what you might be missing. The people who seem the most fulfilled aren't the ones doing the most. They're the ones who are in what they're doing completely. So the next time that anxiety hits, when you see others doing something without you, when you feel like you're behind, when you start doubting your pace, pause. Ask yourself, would I actually enjoy that? Or do I just hate feeling left out? Most of the time, it's the second one. And that's your cue to come back to yourself. Because you can't miss out on what's meant for you. You can't fall behind in your own story. You can only distract yourself from living it. So maybe the goal isn't to be everywhere. It's to be here. To stop letting fear choose your path and start letting peace do it instead. To understand that missing out isn't failure. It's focus. When you finally make peace with missing out, something amazing happens. Your anxiety stops leading, and your intuition takes over. You stop chasing everyone else's timeline and start trusting your own. You stop looking for the next best thing and realize the best thing might already be happening right in front of you. The being right trap. You ever catch yourself arguing, not to understand, not to connect, but just to win? You're halfway through the conversation. You already know the other person stopped listening, but you can't let it go. You're clinging to your point like it's your identity. You're not defending truth anymore. You're defending ego. That's the being right trap. The need to prove you're correct, even when it costs you peace, connection, and sometimes love. It doesn't start from arrogance. It starts from insecurity, because underneath every argument about being right is a quiet fear of being wrong. And what that means about you. When you grow up in a world where mistakes equal weakness, you learn to equate being right with being safe. If I'm right, I'm smart. If I'm right, I'm worthy. If I'm right, I can't be rejected. So you stop listening to understand and start listening to defend. And let's be honest, it feels good. That rush you get when someone says, "You were right." It's validation in disguise. Your brain releases dopamine, rewarding you like you just accomplished something important. But it's not truth that's being rewarded. It's ego. You didn't solve a problem. You won a round of emotional tug of war. The trap is, the more you need to be right, the harder it becomes to actually grow. Because growth requires admitting you don't know everything. It requires humility. And ego hates humility. Ego wants to be certain. It wants to dominate. It wants the last word. But understanding, real understanding, only happens when you're willing to put certainty down. Think about how often conflict isn't about the issue itself, but about the need to be seen as the one who gets it. You argue over small things, facts, interpretations, details, not because they matter, but because your identity is on the line. You're trying to protect your sense of self. You're trying to feel respected. But what's the point of winning a debate if it costs you connection? Here's what's happening neurologically. When you feel challenged, the brain's amygdala, the part responsible for fear and threat, activates as if you're under attack. So instead of listening, you go into survival mode. Your body floods with adrenaline. Your heart rate increases. Logic shuts down. You're not trying to connect. You're trying to survive the feeling of being wrong. That's why arguments spiral so fast. You're no longer two people talking. You're two egos fighting for emotional safety. And here's the cruel part. The moment you finally win, you don't feel peace. You feel empty, because victory doesn't heal what started the argument. You might silence the other person, but deep down, you know nothing changed. You just protected your image for another day. The being right trap turns every disagreement into a battle instead of a bridge. You start seeing people as opponents instead of partners. Conversations become competitions. You value certainty over curiosity, dominance over dialogue. But the truth is, the strongest people aren't the ones who are always right. They're the ones secure enough to say, maybe I don't know. There's a beautiful psychological principle called intellectual humility. It's the ability to recognize that your perspective might be limited, that your beliefs could be wrong, that you don't have to know everything to have worth. People who practice it tend to have stronger relationships, make better decisions, and feel less anxious, because they're not constantly defending their identity. They're learning instead of performing. And that's what the being right trap steals from you. The chance to learn. The moment you close yourself off to the possibility of being wrong, you stop growing. You stop connecting. You start curating reality to match your beliefs instead of expanding them. But here's what's wild: most people don't realize that behind their obsession with being right is a craving to be understood. You argue, explain, repeat yourself, not because you love conflict, but because you want to be seen. You want someone to say, I get you. But understanding doesn't come from proving your point. It comes from listening. Next time you feel that urge to win an argument, pause. Ask yourself, do I want to be right, or do I want to understand? Because those two paths rarely lead to the same place. One feeds your ego, the other feeds your soul. One gives you the illusion of power, the other gives you peace. Sometimes, letting someone else have the last word isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It's you choosing peace over pride. It's realizing that truth doesn't need defending. Truth stands on its own. The only thing that needs constant defending is ego. And if you really think about it, being wrong isn't the threat we make it out to be. Being wrong means you learned something new. It means you grew. It means your perspective expanded. It means you're alive and evolving. But when you refuse to be wrong, you lock yourself in the same version of yourself forever. And call it confidence. The next time you catch yourself mid-argument, notice the shift in your body, the tension, the heat, the urge to interrupt. That's your ego, terrified of losing control. Take a breath. You don't have to defend yourself from understanding. You don't have to be right to be respected. You don't have to win to be worthy. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say in a disagreement is, "I see where you're coming from." Not because you're conceding, but because you're connecting. Because you've decided that understanding each other matters more than proving each other wrong. And that's when the trap starts to lose its grip. When you realize that peace doesn't come from being right. It comes from being real. When you stop arguing to be understood and start listening to understand. The truth is, ego loves certainty. But life, connection, growth, they live in curiosity. The day you stop needing to be right is the day you finally start to see clearly. Because truth doesn't need your protection. It just needs your openness. And in that moment, you stop being the person who always has to win and start becoming the person who's finally free. The drama trap. You ever meet someone who always seems to have something intense going on? One week it's a fight, the next it's a crisis, then a huge reconciliation, then another meltdown. It's like their life runs on adrenaline instead of peace. And maybe, if you're honest, you've been that person too. The one who says, "I just hate drama," but somehow it keeps finding you. That's not coincidence. That's the drama trap. The trap of mistaking emotional chaos for excitement and confusing peace with boredom. See, drama has a pull to it. It's loud, unpredictable, consuming, and that makes it feel alive. When something dramatic happens, you feel something big. Anger, passion, shock. It cuts through the numbness that routine life sometimes brings. And because you're finally feeling, your brain interprets that as meaning. So instead of asking, "Is this healthy?" you ask, "What happens next?" You get hooked on the emotional roller coaster because the highs feel worth the lows. But here's the thing, chaos feels exciting only because calm feels unfamiliar. If you grew up in environments where love was inconsistent, where peace didn't last, your nervous system learned to associate intensity with connection. You were trained to equate being on edge with being alive. So when you finally experience something stable, your brain doesn't read it as safe. It reads it as dull. It whispers, "Something's missing." And that's where the trap tightens. Because now you start subconsciously creating chaos just to feel something. You pick fights over small things. You overanalyze texts. You imagine problems where there are none. You attract people who thrive on the same instability because they feel familiar. And for a while, it feels intoxicating. Until it doesn't. Drama is emotional fast food. Quick, intense, and empty. It fills you for a moment, but leaves you hungrier in the long run. And every cycle of chaos takes a little more out of you. You start confusing intensity with intimacy. You start thinking love has to hurt to be real. That relationships without constant tension are too easy. That peace means something's wrong. Here's what's really happening under the surface. Your body is addicted to cortisol and dopamine, the stress and reward chemicals that surge during emotional highs and lows. When you fight, when you cry, when you reconcile, your brain gets a biochemical rush. It's literally a hit. Over time, your system starts craving that pattern. So when life gets calm, your body feels withdrawal. You don't realize it's not that calm is boring. It's that your nervous system doesn't know what to do with peace. And that's why you chase chaos. Even when you say you hate it, it's not logic, it's chemistry. It's your body confusing stimulation with significance. But the truth is, not every strong feeling is a meaningful one. Not every spark is connection. Some sparks are just friction. Think about it. How many times have you mistaken unpredictability for passion? That constant guessing game of, do they care or not, can make you feel alive, but that's not love. That's anxiety. It's your nervous system mistaking inconsistency for intensity. And that pattern doesn't just show up in relationships. It shows up in friendships, work, even your thoughts. You start chasing emotional noise everywhere because silence feels unbearable. But peace isn't dull. Peace is clarity. Peace is not having to decode someone's tone or wonder if today's good mood will last. Peace is consistency. And that's what actually builds trust. The problem is, peace doesn't come with fireworks. It comes with subtlety, and subtlety takes patience. There's this moment that happens when you start healing from drama addiction. Everything suddenly feels flat. You tell yourself you're losing your spark. But what's really happening is detox. You're coming down from years of emotional overstimulation. Your nervous system is recalibrating to calm. That's not boredom. That's balance. But if you don't recognize it, you'll run right back to chaos just to feel alive again. You'll tell yourself you're following your passion, your gut, your heart. But really, you're following your adrenaline. And adrenaline will always lead you back to the same storm. So how do you break it? You start by redefining excitement. Because real excitement isn't about chaos. It's about aliveness that doesn't cost you your peace. It's about curiosity, growth, creativity, purpose. Things that fill you instead of drain you. The more you taste that kind of energy, the less appealing drama becomes. And you start noticing the quiet, the long exhale, the relationships that don't spike your anxiety, the conversations that don't end in confusion. You realize peace doesn't mean nothing's happening. It means everything that's happening is real. It's not a performance. It's not a test. It's just truth. It's funny, when you finally get used to peace, you look back on all that chaos and realize how much time you spent mistaking turbulence for depth. You realize that half the things you thought were exciting were really just emotional instability with better lighting. And the scariest part, you start seeing how predictable it all was. The same fights, the same makeups, the same emotional hangovers. You weren't living spontaneously. You were living in loops. Peace doesn't mean life stops being interesting. It means you stop needing destruction to feel alive. You stop confusing emotional noise for emotional truth. And when you do, life starts expanding again. You start noticing subtler joys, stability, trust, ease. The kind of excitement that doesn't burn you out. It builds you up. So the next time drama comes knocking, that familiar pull toward chaos, that urge to stir something just to feel something, pause. Ask yourself, am I chasing aliveness, or am I avoiding silence? Because silence isn't empty. It's space for peace to finally exist. And maybe that's the real secret. Calm doesn't mean nothing's happening. It means you've finally stopped mistaking storms for passion. It means you've outgrown the need for chaos to prove you're alive. Because peace isn't boring. It's the beginning of clarity. And once you feel that, drama stops feeling exciting. It just feels unnecessary. The insecurity trap. You ever catch yourself asking someone, "Are you sure?" over and over, even after they've already told you yes. Or maybe you replay something they said, trying to decode whether they really meant it. You want to believe them. You do. But it's like your mind won't let you rest until you hear it again. That's the insecurity trap. The cycle of chasing reassurance instead of learning to trust yourself. At first glance, it seems harmless. Asking for reassurance looks like vulnerability, like honesty, and sometimes it is. But when it becomes constant, it turns into dependence. You start outsourcing your sense of safety to other people's words. You're not looking for truth anymore. You're looking for relief, and that relief never lasts, because reassurance doesn't build confidence. It feeds doubt. It tells your brain, I can't calm down until someone else tells me I'm okay. And every time you seek that external comfort, your brain learns the same lesson. I don't trust myself to know I'm enough. This trap usually starts young. Maybe you grew up with unpredictable love. One day, you were celebrated, the next, you were criticized. So you learned to check constantly. Am I okay now? Do they still love me? Did I do something wrong? That habit followed you into adulthood. Now, even in safe relationships, you feel uneasy when things get quiet. You crave validation the way someone else might crave oxygen. And here's the tricky part. Reassurance works for a moment. Someone says the right thing, and you feel calm again. The anxiety fades. You can breathe. But then a few hours later, the doubts return. What if they didn't mean it? What if they've changed their mind? So you seek reassurance again. You don't realize it, but you're training your mind like a toddler, calming it with candy instead of teaching it how to self-soothe. It's not that you're weak or needy. It's that your nervous system is trying to regulate through connection, through external safety cues. But the problem is, external cues aren't reliable. People change. Situations shift. Messages get lost. And when your peace depends on something outside you, you'll always feel unstable. Reassurance is like emotional sugar. It gives you a quick spike of comfort, but it crashes fast, leaving you emptier than before. What you actually need isn't reassurance, it's reliability. But that reliability has to start inside. Because when you build self-trust, you stop needing others to constantly tell you you're safe. You start knowing it for yourself. Self-trust isn't built through perfection. It's built through evidence. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, every time you show up even when you're scared, every time you survive something you thought you couldn't, you give your brain proof that you can handle life, and slowly, that proof becomes confidence. But insecurity doesn't want to wait. It wants instant relief. That's why it hijacks your relationships. You start fishing for comfort, not to manipulate, but to survive. You send that check in text. You reread old messages. You test people without realizing it. And the worst part, sometimes the reassurance works, so you think it's helping. But it's not healing you, it's feeding the very pattern that keeps you anxious. Psychologists call this the reassurance loop. You feel anxious, seek validation, feel temporarily calm, then become anxious again, which drives you to seek more reassurance. It's a self-reinforcing cycle, and over time, it erodes your sense of self-trust. Because if you constantly look outward for stability, you forget how to create it inward. Think about it. When was the last time you comforted yourself without needing someone else to agree? When was the last time you reminded yourself, I've felt this before and survived it? That's self-trust. It's quiet. It's not flashy, but it's powerful. Here's a truth most people miss. Insecurity isn't a lack of love from others. It's a lack of trust in yourself to survive uncertainty. You can have the most loving partner, the most supportive friends, and still feel insecure. Because no amount of reassurance can fix an inner belief that says, "I'm not safe unless someone else says I am." And that belief is a lie your fear tells you, because you are safe. Not because everything's perfect, but because you've already made it through every imperfect moment so far. You've fallen apart before and rebuilt yourself. You've been rejected and still found your footing. You've doubted yourself and still kept going. That's proof. The goal isn't to stop wanting reassurance. It's to not depend on it. To learn how to comfort yourself without collapsing into panic when it's not available. That might look like pausing before you send that anxious text. Taking a breath and asking, what am I really afraid of right now? Maybe you're afraid of being unlovable, or forgotten, or not enough. Instead of rushing to fix it, sit with it. Let it speak, because when you stop running from the feeling, you stop being ruled by it. Self-trust sounds abstract, but it's built through repetition, small things. You keep promises to yourself. You follow through on what you say you'll do. You tell yourself the truth even when it's uncomfortable. Over time, that builds a foundation stronger than any reassurance someone else could offer. And the irony, the more you trust yourself, the more secure your relationships become. Because you stop needing people to constantly prove they care. You can finally let love breathe. You can receive reassurance as a gift, not a lifeline. You stop testing people's loyalty because you're no longer trying to fix an old wound with new attention. The insecurity trap tricks you into thinking reassurance equals love. But love isn't proven through constant comfort. It's proven through consistency. And consistency starts with you. When you show yourself steadiness, the need for others to supply it slowly fades. So the next time you feel that urge for reassurance, that ache to ask, to double, check, to get one more, it's okay. Pause. Place your hand on your chest. Remind yourself, I've been here before. I can handle this feeling. That's not pretending everything's fine. That's choosing to believe you're capable. Because the truth is, you don't need to be told you're enough. You need to feel it, from the inside out. And that doesn't come from being reassured. It comes from finally trusting the person who's been with you through everything. You. When you build that trust, reassurance becomes something you appreciate, not something you depend on. You stop chasing safety and start being it. And that's when the trap finally breaks. The self-improvement trap. You ever get into self-improvement so deep that it stops feeling like growth and starts feeling like punishment? You read all the books, listen to every podcast, try every habit hack, every morning routine. But no matter how much you improve, it's never enough. You wake up thinking about who you should be, not who you are. That's the self-improvement trap. The moment when your desire to grow quietly turns into self-criticism disguised as discipline. It sneaks up on you because it starts from a good place. You want to do better. You want to stop repeating old mistakes. That's noble. But somewhere along the way, growth becomes a chase. Not for fulfillment, but for worth. You stop trying to become more yourself and start trying to become less flawed. You stop moving toward joy and start running from shame. You tell yourself it's about progress, but if you're honest, most days it's about proving something. That you're not lazy, not behind, not broken. You set higher standards, longer routines, stricter goals. Thinking structure will fix the ache, but it never does. Because you're not chasing growth anymore. You're chasing redemption. The irony is that the more obsessed you get with improving yourself, the less you actually like yourself. Every achievement becomes a new baseline. You celebrate for 5 minutes, then shift your focus to what's still missing. You tell yourself it's high standards, but it's really self-rejection in disguise. You're not growing from love. You're growing from lack. Here's the psychological trap at work. When you constantly focus on fixing yourself, your brain wires around the belief that you're broken. That becomes your identity. I'm someone who always needs work. So even as you change, your mind doesn't update the story. You're still the problem you're trying to solve. That's why you can meditate daily, journal religiously, hit every fitness target, and still feel unworthy. You've built a self-improvement system on top of self-dislike, and it's not your fault. We live in a culture that monetizes your insecurity. Every ad whispers, "You could be better." Every influencer preaches, "Discipline equals success." Every app promises transformation if you just stick to the plan. So you internalize this message that who you are right now isn't good enough. That worth is a moving target you have to keep chasing. But growth that's driven by self-criticism is just perfectionism wearing a motivational t-shirt. It looks productive, but it's fueled by fear. Fear of failure. Fear of standing still. Fear that if you ever stop optimizing, you'll disappear into mediocrity. And that fear is exhausting, because there's no finish line. There's no moment where you look in the mirror and think, "Okay, now I'm enough." There's just another book, another plan, another standard you haven't met yet. You start measuring your value by how evolved you are, how early you wake up, how often you meditate, how clean your diet is, how consistent your journaling has been. You forget that growth was supposed to make you feel lighter, not smaller. You forget that self-improvement isn't supposed to be a punishment for being human. And it's not that discipline or ambition are bad. They're beautiful. When they come from the right place. Growth born from self-respect looks very different from growth born from self-criticism. One says, "I deserve better because I'm worth it." The other says, "I have to be better because I'm not." And that difference changes everything. When growth becomes self-attack, you end up in a constant state of tension. Always measuring, always analyzing, always falling short. You don't even rest properly because resting feels like regression. You turn healing into a competition, spirituality into a checklist, therapy into a race. You can't even meditate without wondering if you're doing it right. Here's the truth. You can't hate yourself into a version you'll love. You can't criticize yourself into confidence. The parts of you that need growth also need grace, because transformation doesn't start with self-rejection. It starts with self-acceptance. You can't build a solid foundation on self-disgust. You have to begin with compassion, even for the parts that still need work. There's a psychological term called self-compassion fatigue. It happens when you've spent so long judging yourself that kindness feels foreign. You don't trust ease. You think progress must hurt to count. But that's not healing. That's punishment, and punishment never creates peace. Imagine if you approached growth the way you'd guide a child, patient, curious, forgiving. You wouldn't scream at a child for falling while learning to walk. You'd cheer them on for taking a single step. That's how self-improvement is supposed to feel. Progress doesn't mean perfection. It means trying again without shame. And here's something wild. When you stop trying to fix yourself, you actually start improving faster, because acceptance relaxes your nervous system. It frees your mind from survival mode, and that's where real change happens. You learn better. You listen better. You create from inspiration, not desperation. You evolve naturally because you're no longer resisting who you are. So maybe the next step in your self-improvement isn't adding more to your routine. It's subtracting the pressure. Maybe you don't need another morning ritual. Maybe you just need to look at yourself with softer eyes. Ask yourself, am I growing because I love myself or because I don't? That one question can save you from years of chasing your worth through performance. Because the truth is, you don't have to earn peace. You just have to stop attacking yourself long enough to feel it. Growth is beautiful, but it's not meant to replace you. It's meant to reveal you. The part of you that was already whole beneath all the self-criticism. The part that doesn't need fixing, just freeing. So keep learning, keep evolving, keep reaching. But don't forget to rest in who you already are. Because self-improvement without self-acceptance isn't growth. It's just a prettier form of self-rejection. And when you finally learn to grow from love instead of lack, improvement stops feeling like a battle and starts feeling like coming home. The Coolness Trap. You ever notice how we all pretend to be a little more chill than we actually are? Like when something hurts, we shrug it off and say, it's whatever. When someone disappoints us, we act like we don't care. When we want connection, we play it cool, respond late, act detached, pretend we're above it. That's the Coolness Trap, the silent performance of pretending not to feel, just to seem unbothered. It sounds small, but it runs deep, because coolness has become emotional armor. It's how we protect ourselves from rejection, embarrassment, and judgment. We've built an entire culture that worships detachment. You're supposed to be effortlessly confident, unshakable, always in control. Feel too much, and you're dramatic. Care too soon, and you're desperate. Need something real, and suddenly you're too much. So we learn to numb. We call it boundaries when it's really fear. We call it chill when it's really suppression. The Coolness Trap is seductive because it gives you the illusion of power. You think, if I care less, I can't get hurt. You believe that withholding your feelings keeps you safe, but it doesn't. It just keeps you lonely, because pretending not to care is like holding your breath. You can do it for a while, but eventually it catches up with you. What we forget is that coolness was never meant to be a personality. It was supposed to be a defense mechanism, something you use in survival moments. Not a permanent mask you live behind. But somewhere along the way, we started equating vulnerability with weakness. We started believing that composure equals strength. So we hide. We hide our affection, our excitement, our hope, our sadness. Anything that could make us look too emotional. But here's the paradox: the less you show, the less you're seen. The more you suppress, the more disconnected you feel. You start building walls so high that even love can't get through. You think you're protecting your heart, but you're really burying it alive. Think about how many times you've wanted to text someone and didn't because you didn't want to look eager, or when you've been hurt and said, "I'm fine," instead of, "That actually bothered me," or when you played it cool after being ghosted, even though it stung like hell. Those little moments, they add up. Each one teaches your nervous system that authenticity is dangerous. that the real you needs to stay hidden to stay safe. And yet, the human brain is wired for connection, not perfection. Studies show that vulnerability builds trust, not flawless composure. When someone shares something real, it activates empathy in the listener's brain. That's why you feel closer to someone after they open up, not after they impress you. So the irony is that the thing we think makes us look weak is the exact thing that actually makes us magnetic. But the Coolness Trap doesn't care about connection. It cares about control. It wants to manage how others see you. It whispers, "Don't let them know you care more." It keeps score. It's emotional poker. You're constantly calculating how much to reveal, when to reply, how to sound detached enough to seem powerful. And sure, you might win a few short-term games, but in the long run, you lose intimacy. You lose warmth. You lose peace. Because coolness might protect you from humiliation, but it also shields you from joy. It dulls everything, not just the pain. You stop getting hurt deeply, but you also stop loving deeply. You become untouchable, not because you're strong, but because you're disconnected. Here's the truth: being unbothered isn't confidence. It's fear in a designer jacket. Real confidence is letting yourself care without apology. It's saying, "Yeah, this matters to me." It's showing enthusiasm, affection, interest, even when it might not be reciprocated. It's risking looking foolish because you'd rather be real than emotionally numb. And I get it. Vulnerability is terrifying, especially if you've been burned before, especially if people have mocked your softness or used your honesty against you. You learn quickly that the world doesn't always reward openness. But that doesn't mean hiding is the answer, because hiding costs you more than rejection ever could. You start losing track of who you really are. You become this carefully curated version of yourself, always fine, always composed, always good. But deep down, you crave to be seen, not as perfect, but as human. To be loved not for your control, but for your truth. There's a moment in every person's life when pretending stops working. When you realize being cool doesn't actually protect you, it isolates you. When you'd rather risk embarrassment than stay numb. That's when real strength begins. Because vulnerability isn't the opposite of strength. It's the origin of it. It's the courage to show up as you are, knowing you might not be met the way you hope. And once you start doing that, once you start letting the mask slip, you'll notice something unexpected. The right people lean in closer. They don't judge your cracks, they recognize themselves in them. They feel safer around you, not because you're perfect, but because you're real. That's the quiet power of authenticity. It doesn't scream for attention. It doesn't need to prove. It just is. And the people who value realness will always find their way to it. So maybe next time something hurts, don't rush to say you're fine. Maybe next time you care, let it show. Maybe next time you want to text first, just do it. Not because you're desperate, but because you're honest. The Coolness Trap tells you that caring makes you weak. But the truth is, pretending not to care keeps you empty. Vulnerability is the bridge between isolation and connection. And the only way to cross it is to stop acting like you don't need to. Because the people who feel deeply are the ones who live fully, and being real, unfiltered, unguarded, alive, will always be cooler than pretending not to feel at all. The projection trap. You ever meet someone and instantly dislike them, but you can't quite explain why. They didn't do anything terrible, but something about them just gets under your skin. Maybe they talk too much, or they're too confident, or too emotional. You walk away thinking, "Ooh, I could never be like that." But here's the uncomfortable truth. Sometimes the traits that annoy us most in other people are just mirrors of the parts we haven't accepted in ourselves. That's the projection trap, seeing your own flaws, fears, or insecurities in someone else, and judging them for what you can't face in you. It's one of the sneakiest psychological defense mechanisms out there, because it feels so real. You're convinced you're just noticing their behavior, not realizing your mind is using them as a screen to project your own stuff onto. It's like holding up a movie projector. The image isn't on them. It's coming from you. Here's how it usually happens. You feel something uncomfortable. Envy, shame, insecurity. But your mind doesn't want to admit it, so it flips the script. It says, "That's not mine, that's theirs." You spot arrogance in someone else instead of acknowledging your own need to be validated. You notice someone's laziness instead of admitting your own fear of slowing down. You call someone fake when deep down you're scared of being exposed. Projection is your ego's favorite trick for self-protection. It's how you avoid the pain of self-awareness. Because facing your flaws directly means facing your vulnerability. And that's hard, so instead, you externalize the discomfort. You label, judge, distance. It feels safer to dislike someone than to admit they remind you of something unhealed in yourself. Think about the last person who really triggered you. Not someone who genuinely harmed you, but someone whose existence irritated you. What was it about them that bothered you most? Now ask yourself, what if that trait represents a part of you you've disowned? Maybe you roll your eyes at people who post every detail of their life online, but secretly, you wish you had the confidence to be that visible. Maybe you criticize someone for being too sensitive, but you've spent years learning how to bury your own emotions. Maybe you get defensive around people who seem too happy, because somewhere you've stopped allowing yourself joy. The projection trap turns the world into a funhouse mirror. Everywhere you look, you see distorted versions of yourself, exaggerated, uncomfortable, impossible to ignore. The universe keeps sending you reflections until you're ready to recognize them. That's why certain patterns repeat. You keep meeting people who always do the same thing, not realizing they're revealing something about your own inner dynamic. Life will keep handing you mirrors until you finally say, "Okay, I see it. That's mine." The wild part. We don't just project negative traits. We project our unlived potential too. We idolize people who embody the confidence, freedom, or creativity we've suppressed. We call it admiration, but sometimes it's envy wearing a polite face. That's still projection, just the positive kind. Because what you admire in others often points to the parts of you waiting to be expressed. Psychologists describe projection as the mind's way of maintaining a stable self-image. If you see yourself as kind, you can't acknowledge your own resentment, so you call someone else toxic. If you see yourself as humble, you can't admit when you crave recognition, so you label others as attention seekers. The brain would rather distort reality than disrupt your identity. It's self-deception masquerading as moral clarity. But here's the thing. Projection isn't evil. It's protective. It shows up when your psyche is overwhelmed, when it doesn't yet have the emotional bandwidth to process something raw. It's your mind saying, I can't hold this truth yet, so I'll put it out there until I'm ready. That's not weakness. It's an invitation, an opportunity to turn judgment into curiosity. The shift happens when you stop asking, "What's wrong with them?" and start asking, "What is this showing me about me?" That one question can transform your relationships, your self-awareness, and even your peace of mind. Because once you recognize a projection, it loses its power. The charge fades. You start seeing people as they are, not as reflections of your unresolved emotions. Here's a practical example. Let's say you have a friend who constantly brags about their achievements. It annoys you. You think they're arrogant. But if you dig deeper, maybe you realize you've been shrinking your own success to seem humble. Their confidence triggers the part of you that's tired of dimming your light. So instead of resenting them, you can ask yourself, what if this is just a mirror showing me what I've been suppressing? That's emotional maturity, turning triggers into teachers. When you stop projecting, something beautiful happens: compassion. You start realizing everyone is carrying their own invisible stuff, just like you. You stop taking everything personally. You stop reacting and start reflecting. Judgment softens into understanding. You see people as mirrors, not enemies. But that doesn't mean you excuse bad behavior. It means you take ownership of your emotions. You stop outsourcing your inner work. You realize that every irritation, every jealousy, every judgment is an invitation to come home to yourself. Projection is really just misdirected self-awareness. It's your subconscious saying, "There's something here you need to look at." The people who annoy you most are often your greatest teachers. The question is whether you'll use the mirror or keep smashing it. Because when you finally own your projections, when you say, "Yes, that's mine," you reclaim your power. You stop being controlled by unconscious bias. You stop running from your shadow. You stop mistaking reflection for reality. And that's when you start to feel free. Free to see people clearly. Free to see yourself clearly. Free to let others be who they are without turning it into a story about you. The projection trap keeps you blind to your own growth. But the moment you flip it, the moment you turn judgment into inquiry, you start evolving at a level most people never reach. So next time someone triggers you, pause. Before you react, ask, "What part of me is this touching?" That's not self-blame. That's self-liberation. Because the truth is, the world is full of mirrors. And the people who frustrate you the most might just be holding up the clearest one. The "I can't fix them" trap. You ever fall for someone and immediately start seeing their potential? Like you can sense the good heart beneath the chaos, the softness under the wounds. You tell yourself, they just need someone to believe in them. And of course, you're that someone. You start convincing yourself that your love can heal them, that your patience will save them, that if you just love hard enough, they'll finally see their worth. That's the "I can fix them" trap, confusing love with repair work. It doesn't start from arrogance. It starts from empathy. You care. You see the pain others overlook. You understand what they've been through, and you want to help. You tell yourself it's compassion, but somewhere along the line, it turns into responsibility. You start carrying their healing like it's your homework. You start mistaking exhaustion for devotion. At first, it feels noble. You're the calm to their chaos, the light to their darkness. You feel special, needed, important. It feels good to be the one who gets them. But here's the painful truth. When you take responsibility for someone else's healing, you stop being their partner and start being their therapist. And you can't love someone into becoming whole. You can only love them while they decide to do the work themselves. The fixing trap is built on one dangerous illusion: that love can replace accountability. You tell yourself if you just love them the right way, they'll change. You rationalize the red flags because you see the potential. You excuse the patterns because you believe in the person beneath them. But potential isn't a promise, and loving someone's potential while ignoring their reality will break your heart in slow motion. You'll start shrinking yourself to make room for their chaos. You'll justify emotional neglect as, "They're just going through something." You'll take on their moods, their trauma, their guilt. You'll start thinking your worth depends on how much you can endure. You'll call it loyalty, but it's really self-abandonment. Psychologists call this codependency, when your sense of purpose gets tied to fixing or saving someone else. It often starts from childhood. Maybe you grew up having to care for a parent's emotions, or maybe love was always something you had to earn. So now, as an adult, love doesn't feel complete unless you're working for it. Stability feels boring. Chaos feels meaningful. You mistake suffering for intimacy because that's what love used to look like. And the saddest part, people who fall into the fixing trap usually have the biggest hearts. You see beauty where others see brokenness. You believe in people. You don't give up easily. That's not weakness. That's your strength. But that strength becomes a wound when you give it to people who haven't asked for it. Because you can't teach someone to value themselves. If they're committed to their own destruction, you can offer support. You can hold space. But you cannot carry their healing on your back. Because when you do, you're not helping them grow. You're helping them avoid growth. You become their emotional crutch, and they never learn to walk. Think about it. Every time you rescue someone from the consequences of their behavior, you're not saving them. You're interrupting their lesson. You're protecting them from pain that might actually lead to change. You're trying to play God in a story that isn't yours to write. And somewhere along the way, resentment starts to build, because no matter how much you give, it's never enough. They still spiral. They still self-sabotage. You start asking, why won't they just see how much I love them? But love isn't what heals people. Responsibility is. And that's something only they can choose. The fixing trap also hides a deeper truth. Sometimes it's not really about them. It's about you. Sometimes trying to fix someone else is just a distraction from fixing yourself. As long as you're focused on their chaos, you don't have to face your own. Their pain becomes your purpose. Their dysfunction becomes your identity. You feel needed, but not nourished. You feel useful, but not safe. Eventually, you realize love shouldn't feel like labor. It shouldn't feel like constantly convincing someone to choose peace. Real love isn't about saving someone from their darkness. It's about standing beside them while they face it. And if they refuse to face it, that's not your failure. That's their choice. The hardest thing is walking away from someone you still love, not because you've stopped caring, but because you've finally realized you can't do their work for them. You can hold their hand, but you can't walk their path. You can show them the mirror, but you can't make them look. You can love them, but you can't become the reason they heal. When you stop trying to fix people, something shifts. You start seeing that love isn't supposed to drain you. It's supposed to expand you. You stop mistaking suffering for depth. You stop chasing brokenness as proof of connection. You learn that empathy doesn't require self-sacrifice. And yes, it'll hurt at first, because helping gave you identity. It made you feel needed. But the peace that comes after, the peace of realizing your love, doesn't have to be conditional, performative, or redemptive. That peace is real freedom. Love isn't repair work. It's respect work. It's seeing someone as capable of healing themselves and loving them enough to step back while they do it. It's not your job to rewrite someone's story. It's your job to honor your own. So if you're tired of carrying someone else's healing, if you're drained from playing savior, remember this: compassion doesn't mean rescue. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is stop trying to fix them and let them find their own strength. Because the truth is, you can't save people from their pain, but you can stop letting their pain become the reason you forget your own worth. The overcommitment trap. You ever find yourself saying yes before you even think? Someone asks for a favor, and the word just flies out of your mouth. Yes, of course, I can do that. You're exhausted, your plate's full, but something in you panics at the idea of disappointing anyone. So you stretch yourself thin again. That's the overcommitment trap, saying yes to everything, not because you have the time or energy, but because deep down, you're scared that saying no might make you less worthy. It sounds small, like just being helpful, ambitious, reliable. But underneath, it's something deeper. Overcommitment is rarely about time management. It's about belonging. It's about that quiet fear that if you're not constantly doing, giving, showing up, people might stop valuing you. You start believing your worth lives in your usefulness. At first, it feels good. You're the dependable one, the go-to, the friend everyone can count on, the coworker who always delivers, the family member who keeps everything running. You get praised for it. You're amazing. I don't know how you do it all. That validation feels like oxygen. But the more you say yes, the less space you have to breathe. Soon, your calendar becomes a battlefield. You're juggling commitments, barely sleeping, constantly apologizing for being late or behind. You tell yourself it's temporary, just until things calm down. But they never do, because you never stop saying yes. And every time you try to set a boundary, guilt creeps in. You feel selfish for resting, guilty for saying no, anxious for disappointing anyone. Psychologists call this approval conditioning. It happens when your brain learns that love and acceptance are rewards for performance. Maybe as a kid, you only got attention when you were helpful or achieved something. Maybe you learned that rest looked lazy or that saying no was rude. So now, as an adult, your nervous system equates business with safety. Doing becomes your way of earning love. But the truth is, overcommitment doesn't just drain your time. It drains your identity. When you're always doing for others, you start losing touch with what actually matters to you. You forget what your priorities even are, because your energy is constantly tied up in everyone else's. You start resenting people, not because they asked too much, but because you forgot to ask yourself what you really wanted to give. And here's the sneaky part. Overcommitment often hides behind good intentions. You tell yourself you're being generous, selfless, driven. But sometimes, you're not saying yes because you want to. You're saying yes because you're afraid of what no might cost you. You're afraid of seeming unreliable, afraid of losing connection, afraid of being seen as less valuable. So you perform worthiness through overwork. You become addicted to being needed. You start defining yourself by your output. How much you help, how much you contribute, how much you achieve. The irony is that the more you try to prove your worth through doing, the emptier you feel, because worth that's constantly earned can never be felt, only chased. The overcommitment trap also feeds into burnout. You start living in a constant state of adrenaline, your body stuck in fight or flight mode. You wake up anxious, fall asleep wired, and convince yourself you're just busy. But what you're really doing is running from stillness. Because stillness would force you to face the question you've been avoiding. If I'm not doing, who am I? That question terrifies people who live in this trap. Because without the noise of commitments, you have to confront the silence of your own needs. You have to face the truth that your worth doesn't come from being productive. It comes from being present. And that's not something you can earn. Here's the emotional cost no one talks about. When you overcommit, you start betraying yourself. You break promises to your body, your rest, your peace. You start saying yes to others while quietly saying no to yourself. And after enough broken promises, your self-trust erodes. You stop believing you'll protect your own energy. You become the person who keeps showing up for everyone but you. It's not that saying yes is bad. Generosity is beautiful when it comes from choice, not compulsion. The problem is when yes becomes a reflex instead of a decision. When your value is measured by how much you give, you start losing the ability to give authentically. Because true generosity only exists when there's freedom to say no. The turning point comes when you realize that boundaries aren't rejection. They're respect. They're how you honor your time, your body, your peace. Saying no doesn't make you less caring. It makes your yeses real. It makes your energy meaningful again. But breaking the habit is hard. Your body will fight it. You'll feel anxious when you decline something. You'll want to explain, justify, over-apologize. That's just the withdrawal from approval addiction. It's your nervous system learning that safety doesn't have to come from pleasing everyone. Start small. The next time someone asks you for something, pause. Don't rush to fill the silence. Ask yourself, do I truly want to do this, or am I just afraid not to? That question will reveal everything. Because the truth is, saying no doesn't make you unkind. It makes you honest. And people who truly value you will respect your boundaries, not test them. Here's the paradox: the more you try to prove your worth, the less worthy you feel. But the moment you stop proving, you remember it was never in question. You were enough before the yeses, before the achievements, before the exhaustion. So the next time you feel that urge to say yes just to feel valuable, breathe. Remember that you're not on trial. You don't have to earn your place by overextending yourself. You don't owe everyone your time, your energy, or your peace. Your worth isn't measured by how much you give. It's measured by how authentically you live. And sometimes the most powerful act of self-worth is simply saying no, not this time. Because the people who truly see you won't love you for how much you do. They'll love you for who you are when you finally stop trying to prove it. The Indifference Trap. You ever catch yourself pretending something doesn't bother you, even though it absolutely does? You act like the rejection didn't sting, the breakup didn't hurt, the missed opportunity didn't matter. You laugh it off, Tell everyone you're fine, play it cool. But inside, there's that quiet ache you don't want anyone to see. That's the indifference trap. Pretending not to care to protect your ego. It's one of the most common emotional defense mechanisms we use. And it's sneaky because it feels like strength. You tell yourself you're being mature, detached, above it. You convince yourself that not caring is power. But deep down, you know it's not peace. It's armor. You're not unbothered. You're just scared of being seen as vulnerable. Indifference is the ego's way of saying, if I act like I don't care, then no one can hurt me. It's emotional insurance. If you don't invest, you can't lose. If you don't show you care, you can't be rejected. But the truth is, indifference doesn't protect you. It isolates you. It builds walls so high that even love can't get in. The reason it's so tempting is because ego hates humiliation. It can handle failure, but it can't handle exposure. To admit that something mattered means admitting that someone or something had power over you. And that's terrifying when you've been hurt before. So instead of processing pain, you bury it under a performance. You shrug, you smirk, you detach. But suppression isn't healing. It's just emotional procrastination. Think about how many people you know who live behind that mask of whatever. They act like nothing affects them, but their eyes tell a different story. They never let anyone close enough to disappoint them. They turn vulnerability into a punchline, depth into discomfort. Because caring is risky, and risk threatens control. Psychologically, this trap forms when caring once cost you something: love, dignity, belonging. Maybe you opened up in the past and got mocked for it. Maybe you gave too much and got nothing back. So now, every time you feel emotion rising, your brain sounds the alarms. Don't show it. Don't need anyone. Don't let them know. You start confusing indifference with emotional safety. But here's the irony. Pretending not to care doesn't make you untouchable. It just makes you unreachable. Because indifference might protect your ego, but it starves your soul. You can't selectively numb emotions. When you shut off pain, you also shut off joy. You can't wall out rejection without also walling out connection. And yet, ego will fight hard to keep the act going. It'll tell you that indifference equals control, that detachment equals power, that silence means superiority. But the truth is, it's not control. It's fear dressed up as confidence. Because real confidence isn't about acting like you don't care. It's about caring deeply without letting that care define your worth. The indifference trap is everywhere. In dating, friendships, even careers. You don't text first because you don't want to seem eager. You downplay your dreams because you don't want to look naive. You pretend the rejection email didn't sting, even though you spent nights rehearsing for that opportunity. Every time you pretend not to care, you reinforce the lie that caring is weakness. But caring isn't weakness. It's what makes you human, the ability to feel, to hope, to risk being disappointed. That's the courage ego can't comprehend. Because ego's goal is survival. But your soul's goal is connection, and those two are often at war. There's a psychological term for this: defensive detachment. It's when you emotionally disconnect to avoid shame or rejection. It's a coping mechanism, not a personality, and it works for a while, until one day, the numbness stops feeling like safety and starts feeling like emptiness. You start realizing that the very thing you thought was protecting you is the thing keeping you alone. You can't form deep relationships when you're constantly performing indifference. You can't experience genuine love if you're always trying to seem like you don't need it. You can't grow if you never risk being affected. And here's the deeper truth. Indifference doesn't protect your worth. It hides it. Because when you stop showing what matters to you, the world stops seeing who you really are. You become invisible. Not because people can't see you, but because you've blurred yourself to stay safe. So what's the way out? Start by admitting that you do care. Admit that something stung. Admit that someone's opinion got to you. That honesty doesn't make you fragile, it makes you free. Because the moment you own your feelings, they stop owning you. When you drop the mask of indifference, yes, you might get hurt, but you'll also start living again. You'll start connecting, laughing, creating, loving, not because it's safe, but because it's real. And real always feels better than pretending. There's power in being honest about what moves you. There's strength in saying, "That mattered to me," even when it didn't go your way, because the truth is, you can't protect your ego and nurture your heart at the same time. One has to bow to the other. The people who live with the most peace aren't the ones who feel nothing. They're the ones who feel everything and stop hiding from it. They've learned that authenticity is worth more than pride, that caring is not a liability. It's the essence of being alive. So the next time you want to say, "I don't care," pause. Ask yourself if that's true, or if it's just fear talking. Because pretending not to care doesn't make you stronger. It just keeps you from experiencing the depth that makes life meaningful. Let your ego protect itself if it wants to. But don't let it cost you your humanity. Because the truth is, the bravest thing you can ever do is care openly in a world that tells you not to.